Boom. YouTube's up. Okay. You know what? Let's see. Let's play like a Boss OST on Elden Ring Boss OST. There we go. Okay. Heading into match 1. It looks like Chris has gone with the Venomous Fang, and I went with the Stone Club. Let me turn down the commentators for a second here. I'll probably have commentators on for the most part. Also, let me put my face cam up top. Boom. Okay, so we go ahead and if we look at this board, Fyra, hello. How are you doing, dude? Hello, Milky. And Iris, thank you for the 130 streams. Sheesh. Okay, so let's take a look at the board here. Let's take a look at the board here. So, game 1, Melania center square. But what I was eyeballing instead was this combined with this. I thought that this was important, but this was kind of like a, oh, hey, Dom. Hey, watch where you're putting your cursor, buddy. Watch it. Knights Cavs, I kind of wanted. This was kind of like my opening play. I mean, obviously, like, Finger Slayer play, it's not an opening play. But I wanted to do one of these two as my first square. And actually, you know, we'll see how that develops, because Chris here has a wieldable weapon off the rip, which is not what I expected, personally. Thanks for winning me 5K. I better be getting my cut of that, Prodigy. I better be getting my cut. You put me under a lot of pressure. Where's the OBS ghost? Here, let me put the OBS ghost back on screen. Right here. There you go. This game won a preseason. No, this is the match versus Chris. I'm reviewing it now because it's the freshest in our minds, and I don't want to ignore that. I don't want to like have that kind of wear off. I want to review that one first. Vash, hello, how are you? Alert. I'll probably review my match versus Tom after this, but I already did review my match versus Jack, so I don't think I necessarily have to review that one again. So we'll probably do Tom next. Tom's game. Thanks, Ralph. Appreciate that, dude. YouTube up. YouTube should be up now, Cosmo. Yeah. Hello, Raccoon. How are you? Was there ever a Killgraph Silent score? Yes, there is currently a Killgraph Silent score. Actually, not on this board though. But there is one in the square list for base game. Loves your guts. Go for Melania. Appreciate that, Zoro. Yeah, I appreciate that. I was like, at the moment, I was like, should I just do this? And I was like, fuck it, whatever. Let's do it. Yeah, I was so stressed out. What's Mitch talking about? Don't muddy the water. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so we both go for IKEA Lake North Grace. Who got there first? $33, $34, $35, $36, $37, $38. Dude, I feel like I'm so slow to this Grace. I don't know. Maybe it's the delay of the streams. But yeah, I go for Consecrated for Ordina money. While Chris goes for the Knight's Calves right off the bat, which makes sense. I think going for Knight's Cav right away with a wieldable weapon is better. Look at that damage. That's such bad damage, though, on the Knight's Cav. That's such bad damage. That's why I didn't want to go for this early game. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Claws just kind of suck because you can't really hit him. Big riposte though. Big riposte. So I ended up going for smithing stones. Yeah, I went for stones, but yeah, dude, I wonder if maybe the play here was instead of going for this merchant, maybe going for the merchant in Liurnia, because the merchant in Liurnia sells 1s and 2s, but it sells 3 1s and 3 2s. This one sells 1 2. So, hey Fire Truck, how you doing, dude? Hello Swag, appreciate that. I appreciate that, man. I'm glad to hear that you guys enjoyed it. Yeah. You know, here I was like, I'll just go for Knight's Calves. But I wasn't too devastated to see the snipe, honestly. See, okay, my perspective here is like, I knew he rushed it and he doesn't have a weapon set up. So here I was like, oh, okay. So I win. So Chris not going for an upgrade at this point in the game. It wins me this. It wins me this. It wins me potentially this and this, right? So like I just saw so much more value in upgrading first because now I'm ahead on all these objectives. I'm ahead on because he has to upgrade his weapon next. So I was very surprised to see that. Wombat, thank you for the 12 months, man. Appreciate that. Let me grab my alerts from my other thing. Where are my alerts? Right here. Let me grab those. Yeah, thank you, Wild Wombat. Thank you for the 12 months, dude. Appreciate that. Mitch picking up on plays quickly. Dude, Mitch has improved so much at bingo commentary. Like, not that Mitch wasn't always a good bingo commentator, but like, I think Mitch is so much more involved now in the game itself. I think he just is a lot more informed, which is, you love to see that from commentators, you know? I love it when commentators try to understand the players. You know, not just like looking at the game from a surface level. Because a lot of commentators for games, and like not speaking about Elden Ring or anything like that, but I just noticed for like you know, pro League of Legends or pro whatever, like the commentators don't really understand. Like they know what mathematically is a good play, but they don't understand why. And I love how Mitch is taking the effort to understand why. You know, he's watched a bunch of games and he understands why we're doing these things and what our mindsets are, right? So I just appreciate the effort that Mitch has put in, for sure. So yeah. So here I go for O'Neal because I was like, okay, I will get more money to get more set up. And I was gonna immediately go for Falling Star Beast right after. That was kind of bad of me to not get the Baboosh there. But hey, thanks, Eric. Appreciate that, dude. Love Mitch and Domo are together, so high energy whenever anything important's happening. Yeah, for sure. For sure. They work great together. I think Mitch and Domo, Mitch and Zoodle, Mitch and Parky, or sorry, Domo and Zoodle, Domo and Parky, Domo and whoever. You know, Domo is just super easy to commentate with, I'm pretty sure. Like, because I mean, I've done it with him a couple of times, and it's just super easy to talk to him, you know. Thanks, Hooded Lord. Appreciate that, dude. Appreciate that. Playing in Season 5 definitely helped. Yeah, for sure. And that's O'Neal for me. And I was saying here, I was like, even if Falling Star Beast isn't my square, it puts Kaled bosses up to 2, so I get myself onto this column. And also I get a Somber 6, right? So my two routes here would be either Magnus for a +6 or Falling Star Beast for a +6. These both give you +6. This one blocks out row 1, but so does going blue red early, right? So that's what I was thinking. When is the finals? Finals were yesterday. Losers finals were yesterday. There's no grand final because we're just the representatives. There's not going to be a grand final or anything. Maybe like for fun, I'll do that with Tom at some point, but there's no grand finals because it's just 2 representatives. I would agree. I would agree, York. I think Chris wanted to do Melania as well. Yeah, for sure. For sure, final guy. I think his flow is really good. Yeah. So Chris goes for boiled crab right away. Does Chris get Ariza Side Tomb Grace afterwards? Or any kind of Grace progress? Wait, did he? Oh, he didn't rest. I was like, huh? I see. Yeah, and then I saved the Rock Reese. I'm already at +4, so it's fine to save the Rock Reese there. Sorry, Vash. Sorry, I missed your message. What'd you say? Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you, Vash. Spoilers! Okay, so Chris is setting himself up on this diagonal, which to me was pretty alarming, but I was ahead on this. I have 2 of these, and now this is what I'm looking at. And this I'm looking at as well, right? Because this builds pressure this way. Boozer, thank you for the raid, dude. How are you, man? Congrats on getting partnered, dude. Appreciate the raid, dude. What up, gamer? How are you? Welcome in. We're just going over the bingo matches this weekend. And hello again, Lezo. Hello, hello. Could all be 03, of course. So it always is. Me and Chris, we always have bangers. Congrats on the dub. Thanks, man. Congrats on the partner. You deserve it. Dario, hello. Thank you, Hasko. Thank you for the congrats. Appreciate that. Appreciate you. Okay, so current state of the game. This is the pressure play. This is the current pressure point right now is Melania. Whoever gets Melania likely wins the game in this game state. Because I get this, that puts pressure on this diagonal and gets me huge prio on this. So in my mind, this is what I'm preparing for. Like I'm mentally preparing myself for an early Melania, and this is kind of what I'm playing for, right? And you'll see how it all comes together later. But Chris going for looks like Cemetery Shades. Yeah, I think because Chris wanted this. He wanted 2 squares on this line. I think that was why. And dude, at this point in the game, like Chris is like no weapon upgrades. I feel like he's so not set up right now. Look at that damage. That's such bad damage. God, that's such bad damage. This is like the Limgrave one, right? Yeah. So yeah, for me here, I grab these stones right here because these are 3x smithing stone 2s. So you get 3 of those, which is going to be your 4, 5, and 6, and you get a 7. Or sorry, you don't get a 7. You get a 3 on the way to the Raya Lucaria teleporter. So that's +7 from Blue Retta setup. As long as you can get your 1s from somewhere else, either from Stormhill or from a merchant or whatever, as long as you can get your 1s from somewhere, you can do +7 for Loretta, which is really nice. Hey Bella, how are you? How are you? Also, who's your hope the DRL commentary was good too. I hope that I was actually watching Gina's POV for the winners finals. I think it was Forza and Romaine. They were facing off. Hope commentary went well for that too. Who won game 3? I will not spoil that for those of you that have not yet watched the series. But if you don't care about the result or knowing the results, look at my title. Hello, Zach. Thank you. Appreciate that, dude. I appreciate that. Yeah, so here I port back using this Grace to EG because EG gets you, he's a blacksmith, so he can upgrade you to +6 or I guess 7 for me because I had the 3 stone. Why do people upgrade the finger seal all the way to +25? Because the way the weapon upgrades work is that they are expensive as the weapon is in weight. So the lightest things that you can do to upgrade are seals, right? So you upgrade the seal. Here I upgrade the weapon because I didn't have a seal, but yeah, here I'm +7 for Loretta. I kind of like this setup route because you get a square out of it and you get priority on Finger Slayer Blade. Yeah, and then here your damage is just pretty good. Yeah, both your pressing. Yeah. And like when I saw this board rolled, I was like, whoever gets Melania on this board likely just wins because let me show you why. If we look at column 3 here, column 3 is a square that gets you a Somber 6, Radon, most likely because of Finger Slayer Blade and Loretta, random, square or whatever, and then this gets you capital access. So column 3 is just capital access and weapon upgrades because of the +6 from Beast Claw. So I think this board was whoever gets this line wins. That was what my personal thought was. Thank you, Kaylee. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Okay, so I take Loretta, and now I have Prio on this. So this is now a blue square. If we really think about it, getting Loretta means that this is pretty much my square. Unless Chris beats me to Radon, and unless he can, somehow beat me to like this is basically a blue square at this point in the game. Whoever gets Loretta gets this, most likely. How does Melania get you capital access? Because Melania is a great rune, and you need 2 great runes to enter the capital. And Melania is technically faster than going through Stormveil and killing Godric, if you do it first try. You get mad rich. That's true. You get mad rich as well, which is going to come into play in this game as well. I don't know, man. You took like a good 6 minutes to kill Melania. Okay. Well, then time yourself running from Gatefront to Godric and tell me how long that takes. I'll tell you that it's more than 6 minutes, probably. Are you playing Skyrim? Yes, I am. But yeah, if you can send me a video of you going from Gatefront to Godric in 6 minutes, and send me a video of it, I will, accept that as proof that it's faster, I guess, to go Godric. But spoilers, it's not faster than 6 minutes. Thank you, Dom. Thank you for the map. The map is back. Plus your Godric sub 6. Maybe. Maybe if you have like a bleed weapon, it could be a sub 6, but I don't think so. All you guys are going so much fast is incredible. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Jacket. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it's just over bingo season, you just improve. It's natural progression. Which is ways to build into the overlay. That's ways stats the players. Yeah, I mean, there's a way for the game to read that. The bingo board can actually read the game process, which is how the map works. That it takes data from the game's process because it has to hook onto the game for it to work. So that would be nice, I guess. Also, which Caleb boss? Oh, he did the Cemetery Shade. I see. I think people going early Millennium in the past seasons was definitely not getting it first try. That tripped them up, not the basic time investment. Right, yeah. Well, I had balls. I had iron balls, so it was pretty easy. Never commented your stream before. I've been a biggest watcher since season 1. I enjoyed your involvement, and since you came into the fold, I really respected your gameplay plus attitude. I was glad seeing you at Cause of Call of 2. You deserve the win. Glad to see you NPT go through. Even though I'm Aussie and have to earn to learn my locals, well done. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Dragon. Appreciate that a lot. I love comments like that. W chatter. Okay, so here I'm going for Radon because I want hitless. And I also want a great rune for capital access for this and for this. I also want to set up Valiant Gargoyles. I want Finger Slayer Blade. You get 1 talisman, which is like kind of whatever. But like, look at all of the squares that Radon leads into. Also this too, right? So like, look at all the squares that Radon kind of progresses. Dude, Alex is fucking trolling me. Dude, Alex was trolling me so hard during this fight. Look at the body blocking. Look at this. Dude, Okina gets in my way. And then Alex fucking face plants in my way. And then I miss. And then Alex is blocking me again. I can't get the riposte because Lionel is in front of me. Look at them. They're just... Oh my god. Wait, does Chris have an upgraded weapon? He got the 7 and the 8. Oh, I don't think he has 4, 5, 6 though. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, I appreciate it, Sentakisu. Thank you. Then I get the talisman from Alexander. I also have 3 in Kayla Dragon Barrow. I also have 1 duo trio unlocked as well. So that could be my last Caleb boss, but right now it's not a huge priority for me. Isn't Radon required indirectly or directly on most boards? Yes. So on this board, Radon is the fastest Remembrance boss. Like, objectively speaking, he's the fastest Remembrance boss. And the fastest Great Rune as well, right? So this requires 2 Great Runes, which means that, you know, this is a square locked behind Radon, essentially. We kind of can imply that it's going to be Radon. This requires 2 Great Runes, which means Radon. This is directly locked behind Radon. This is directly locked behind Radon. One of the duo trios is directly behind Radon. This is usually Radon with 4 Kaled bosses. Usually you do Radon. So this square, I guess you could count as it. This one you could also count. So on this board, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 squares are more or less soft locked behind Radon. The only ones that are hard locked behind Radon would be Finger Slayer Blade and Gargoyles, I would say. But a lot of squares work well with it on this board. So, yeah. Also, yeah, the run that we're doing afterwards, by the way, guys, is a permadeath rune level 1 randomizer. Just any %. But we're going to see how it goes. We're going to see how it goes. Perma slop. Woo! Yippee! Okay, so my thought process during this, in this current match state, I'm thinking that if I go for Magnus, I already have a Somber 6 from this guy, right? But if I go for Magnus right now, I block out row 1, I develop column 3, and then I put pressure on column 3. And at this point, I'm just thinking, I'm like, capital is important at some point, right? So capital is important at some point. I'm just thinking, I'm like, I was thinking like how I could, you know, synergize the squares together. I can't really see it like without Melania. Because you could go Godrix, but then he goes Melania, and then he has a Great Rune, and then he has pressure on this, right? So it's like, I felt like I kind of had to go for Melania. For me, that was like do or die. Aren't you concerned that your future competitors will watch your review? Ah, let them. I'll play. I'll be playing differently in 2 days. Let them. You know what I mean? I'm not. I'm not a hiding info kind of guy. I'm kind of an open book in a way, but it also is like, even if somebody would watch this VOD and try to gain info, like they still have to beat me in bingo. Do you know what I'm saying? Like they have to, after obtaining the info of knowing what I like doing, they have to also play the game and beat me in bingo, right? So it's like, I don't know. I've never been one to hide info, because as long as you just play well, then you can, counter someone having the info advantage. He plays very well. Hey Lambda. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't see the point by I don't see the point of strat hiding or like not sharing.
Thank you, kind sir.
Thank you for the follow, dude. Appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in. Am I floating now? I am floating. There's me. Anything different? Anything specifically differently versus the NPT game? I think I played more aggressively. I think recently I have been playing really safe, and I actually was asking Aggie after one of our matches, like, "Hey, why does it feel like I lose the lead a lot of the time in these matches?" And my answer is that, or his answer was that I like to cruise. I go into cruise mode too soon, and so I kind of took that to the extreme versus Chris. I was like, okay, let me just like play to the whistle. You know what I mean? Play until the game is over, regardless of like how many squares you have. I never like let up the intensity, if that makes sense. That's what I would say. Nice glazing. Yeah, W glaze. And here I'm like, here I saw Chris mark this, and I was like, I'm okay. I'm safe. Captain Doma with the Pedro. Also, yes, we're playing Skyrim. The wall is there. Yeah, dude, I kind of popped off. I was like, bro, I'm not fucking playing around. Wait, what was Chris's reaction? I'm not fucking playing around. Show your reaction? Okay. Dude, I'm gonna cringe at myself though. I'm gonna cringe at myself. I will show my reaction, but I'm probably gonna cringe at myself. Bingo Brawlers. Oh, not this one. Oh no. I cringe at myself. Let's fucking go. Dude, I was like half pissed off, half like excited. I was pissed off because I don't know, I still had a lot of feelings left over from the Tom match. But yeah, I was very, very hyped for that. I was very, very hyped from that. Deserved. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this is what I was talking about, right? So I have column 3 threat. I block off. I could have made this diagonal threat, but he was always going to get painting, so I go for Melania. So we have column 3. We have row 4. We have row 3. Right? Like we have so many angles. We have column 2. We have so many different angles of attack that I could choose from. Getting the square just means it's so pivotal in this game, right? Like it builds so many threats, and like obviously, if we get rid of Melania, like there's still column 2, there's still row 4, there's still potential row 3 pressure. But if Chris goes for Melania, look at this. I have to go and do Gargs now because he would be ahead on this, and I'd have to go for Gargs, and then he'd be ahead on this as well, so he could block out row 4 as well. And he probably would do Godric's Great Rune, right? So I don't know. I think for me, Melania was like a must-get square this game.
Thank you.
Thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome in. Yeah, for sure, Vash. Yeah, I try to put it all out there. Bingo turned into chess, yeah. I'm finishing my vegetables. Bro, these balls versus the tree is just... Hit it from... Whoa! Whoa, Mitch! Whoa! Pause! Whoa! I don't know why I didn't just buy it from Roundtable. Yeah. The problem is that Chris is not near the artist. He has the artist shack, I guess, but... No, he didn't hesitate. Chris just had to wait for the reward, because when you kill this Erdtree avatar, you have to wait for the physic to pop, like bing, and then that's where when you get the physic tiers. And so one time Chris warped away too early, and so I learned from that mistake. I was like, you know, I'm so glad that you made that mistake, because if I did that, then I would have lost that square, right? Because I wouldn't have had the pop in. So... You know, going third church this game wasn't a bad idea, because it gave me progress towards underground stuff. But in hindsight, buying it would have made the square much less close. Buying the physic tier would have, or buying the physic would have made it much less close. No. So what happens if you warp too early, Jones, is that you have to go back to the general zone. So like you have to get close enough to where the Erdtree avatar would be like loaded in, and then it'll pop in afterwards. It's like the same thing as like killing Solitary Jail Knight and then warping away to Sky to Altus. The next time that you warp back to Gravesite Plain, you'll get the Solitary Jail. Bing. Last game you warped too early to the hinterlands, but got the thing anyway. Yeah. So with that interaction in particular, you can actually do that. You can actually get the pop in instantly. It doesn't matter about like the warp with those. Like with Queeline summon, speech 100 for Mitch. With the Queeline summon and everything, you get it right away when you warp away, because you're in the same zone for that. No, I don't know if it works like that, because I've done that for Queeline. For Queeline, I've warped away too early and it's still giving it to me. But I don't know. Meta Church was still loaded in the hinterlands. Right. I wonder if it works, because I've done it for Queeline too, but I don't know if I've even warped like closer enough. Yes, exactly, Flopka. Yeah. So Parky marked 3 NPC armor sets and then warped away right away before getting the actual thing. And so when she warped back or like ran through Altus again or something, she got the pop in, and the refs were like, huh? And so the refs, there was a rule like in the document of rules that says that for acquire squares, you have to show the text box. And we weren't doing that for the longest time. But it's actually like for acquire squares, you can't just hold your map open and warp away. You need to show the pop in so the refs can tally that up as one. I know that like they let it slide, but it's in the rules that you have to do that. They just kind of let it slide because they know that there was an audio cue or whatever that popped it in. But you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to actually wait for the thing to pop in. Has anyone ever done this to purposely hide progress and get the square later? Is it technically allowed? I would think it's allowed. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's allowed, but like,
Thank you.
I can't see how it ever benefit you. I don't know if you could like hide progress or like hide info by doing that. I think that like if you want to hide progress on something, you just don't do it. You know what I mean? Just like don't do the easy one. Save the easy one for last, I guess. But I mean, technically it would be allowed. Yeah, I feel like because you can kill the boss. Like, don't you have to mark a square within a few seconds after getting it? No. Okay, so what they're saying is that if you warp away too soon, you don't acquire the thing. It doesn't count as acquired until it pops in your inventory, right? So what they're saying is that let's say you kill Solitary Jail Knight and the kill counts as an NPC boss, then you warp out to like Putrescent Knight to do Putrescent Knight, right? If you warp back to Gravesite Plain, you'll acquire the thing right away. So you could do that, and it might be like a thing that you have to ask Domo about because I don't know what the ruling would be on that. I have a feeling that Domo would say no, don't do that. But like you technically could do that because you don't acquire it until it pops in. Now if you warped away too early and then if it acquired later after you mark the square, that's a mismark. That's bad. But you could technically do that, I guess. Yeah, exactly, Jones. Yeah. But it's the same thing except for the fact that you acquire the Lamenter mask. You don't acquire the armor set. You just kind of store it in the warp. Yeah. That's kind of cheeky. That's kind of cheeky, honestly. I'll have to ask about that in the Discord. That's crazy. I never even thought about that. That's actually really cheeky. Yeah, I know, right, Shark? Yeah, we were just talking about how that happened to Parky. You doubt that Domo? Yeah, no. I think Domo would say, please don't do that. Because that would cause incidents. Don't know when it would come up. Maybe Midra, go to Midra's Manse, and then Maddingham later. I believe that Maddingham is an instant acquire on death. Now, for Solitary Jail Knight, there's an animation before the acquiring happens. Has Domo revised squares for the actual season? I think he will. I think he will do some work on it. Also, guys, thank you so much on YouTube, guys. Thank you so much. I don't know why your messages are not popping up, but everyone on YouTube, thank you so much, guys. Super skill gameplay. Thank you, Raccoon. Deserving win, deserving the spot. Thank you, Zoro. Skit, thank you as well. Thank you, Jesse, Boxer, and North. Appreciate you all on YouTube. Sorry for not getting to your messages. This guy right here, that's my favorite viewer. Radius for the 30 months in a row, man. Bro, whenever Radius subscribes, it's always like a celebration, because whenever you prime sub, that's a decision, okay? You cannot do a recurring prime sub. You have to press the button and then hit prime sub. So Radius, thank you so much for the 30 months of Prime. Thank you for continuing to pay your Amazon Prime subscription and using that money on me. Thank you, Radius. I appreciate that, dude. Thanks, man. That is dedication. Yeah. Thank you, man. And thank you for the congrats. I appreciate that, buddy. Dio, thank you for paying your rent. Also, everyone, thank you for paying your rent today. Appreciate you all. Your veggies. Eat your veggies. Off topic, but what are some games you like to play in your free time? Right now, not much. Thornburg. The most recent game that I decided to boot up was Doom Dark Ages. I've been wanting to play that game for a little bit now because I did enjoy 2016 and Doom Eternal. So I played a little bit of Doom Dark Ages, and I'm also playing Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate and Monster Hunter World a little bit. I'm a big Monster Hunter guy. And that is like the one game that I'm always playing, is like I'm always on a Monster Hunter game. I don't know. You either re-trigger subs for Prime every month on Twitch. Yeah, you do, Horace. Exactly. Yeah. You absolutely do. Also, I figured out why I wasn't seeing YouTube chat on my screen. It's because I had the Twitch tab enabled. So now I can see your chats on my screen. Hello, Horace. Welcome in. Thanks for the answer. Of course, dude. Of course. Hey, JRA. Welcome in. Welcome in. There's already one revision for unique versus spawnable enemies in the base game? Yes, there was. So as you can see on this board, is there any? Oh yeah, unique cemetery shades, unique knights cavalries. I feel like the word unique is not necessary, but I think it's necessary for those that played earlier seasons of Bingo. Also, like, it should just be in the rules, like in the rules document, that like you can't farm respawnable enemies. Like they count for the square as long as the square doesn't say the word boss in it. But like make it so like respawnable enemies only count one time in like the rules document. I feel like the word unique doesn't have to be there. But yeah, I don't know. That's just me, I guess. I started trying Doom a few days ago. Your thoughts on Doom? Doom's great. My favorite one in the series is probably 2016. I think that one is like just the perfect mix for me.
Time to pay up, freeloaders.
I think that Doom Eternal is cool with the movement stuff.
Thank you,
there's a lot more like movement, but it's a fun time. I love me some Doom. Love me some Doom. Do you know anything new from Night Rain? Is the game dead now? No, I don't think Night Rain's dead now, but I think all the streamers that played it on release are just realizing that there's not much content to do. But I mean, you could do Depth of Night. I have never done that before. I never even fought the Everdark bosses. But yeah, exactly, Horus. Right. So like here for Knights Cav, you could say 2 Knights Cavalries, and it would still mean the same thing. Cemetery Shades, you could say kill 2 Cemetery Shades, but in the actual rules document, you could just say, oh, respawnable enemies only count as 1. You know what I mean? Like, because like if you farm the same enemy, like that's just lame. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's just me though. Best take. Wait, you guys think that's a good take? Oh, cool. +2. I was like, what is this guy talking about? World was nuts. What was your feeling on Monster Hunter? What probably my least favorite? Oh, you mean Wilds? Oh shit, dude. I was about to like get mad for a second. I was about to get pissed because I love Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter Wilds is not great. I'm not a big fan of Monster Hunter Wilds. The rare Gargs for Duo Trio. I know. The super rare. What do you guys all use in Monster Hunter? What are your like main weapons? Monster Hunter Milds. Unique in the square just makes it clear for viewers. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Unique is fair. I think that if the enemy does not come with a respawnable enemy type, I think having unique is a little bit redundant because killing 2 Knights Calves implies 2 unique Knights Calves. I would agree with unique that for Cemetery Shades, there's non-boss Cemetery Shades. For Watchdogs, it's kill 2 unique Watchdogs because there's non-boss ones that respawn. So I think that like just 2 Knights Cav makes sense because it implies unique. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, true, Sonnen. Yeah. Because there was also the square in season 5 that was kill 1 of each type of Crucible Knight, and then included Devonia, right? So it was sword, spear, and hammer for Crucible Knight. Any ambiguity has 100 people per hour asking what it means. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Let's see. Let me read all your weapons. Greatsword Chad. Sword and shield, greatsword, charge blade, longsword. Charge blade, but it sucks in wilds. I went dual blades in wild. Switch axe, hammer, the bug stick, insect glaive, SAED charge blade guy. Dude, you guys are my people. Oh, I see, Prib. Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, that's fair. But also don't do that. I never played Monster Hunter games. I only thought about it. Never knew which one to start with. I'd say World is probably the best to start with. But yeah, I use Charge Blade. I've been playing Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, and I've been using the Charge Blade, the Striker Charge Blade, and the Valor Greatsword. But yeah, I like Charge Blade Greatsword and bow in World. Charge Blade Greatsword, bow, tiny bit of Switch Axe, and the bow guns are fun in Wilds. The light one in particular. Also, longsword is good in Rise, but those are my main weapons. If you were curious, dude, this archer sucks. I hate going backwards in this bridge. Oh my god. Whipped by Chungus. Chris. Reset the match. I think Doma didn't want the lava chariot shape to count, but there's ambiguity about how the DLC square gets credited. Yeah, because in DLC, curse blades are unique but respawning, and so are horned warriors. They're unique but respawning. So that was why, to be consistent with the ruling with DLC and base game. Your friend used the bow in World, and yeah. The bow, dude, bow in Monster Hunter is like such a clean experience. I love video game bows, and that's gotta be one of the cleaner video game bows. Anyway, back to the match. So I'm going for Kayla Dragon Barrel and Duo Trio. I'm also downstairs, so we get Valiant Gargs for the column 4 block while he's going for this, right? Great sword, someone said in chat. Bat chest, guts, great sword. Mitch was begging for you to do if he has champs for the row 4 bingo later on this match. Very funny. Well, the problem was that I couldn't do Godrix, right? Because like my capital access was Radon and Melania. So like Godrix was the bottleneck, and Chris already had paintings, which implies Stormville access, right? So I let him have Godrix Great Room because I was like, I can just get everything else on the board. Which, I mean, it would have been funny for duo trios to do Fias, but also with balls, by the way. I don't think it's very good with iron balls. If you were in Chris' position in this game, what would you have gone for to try and catch up? I would personally have left the Graven Ghost Glove Lord Bellbearing like for probably like the last square. Because on this board, like it's such a bad square. Like it doesn't do anything for you. And so as soon as I marked like 4 Kayla Dragon Barrow, he can go ahead and say, okay, well, he wasn't working on this. And then, you know, he might have progress towards it, right? But I would probably go ahead and I'd probably do like, I don't know, Bellbearing Hunters. I'd probably like kill Radon, maybe try to contest duo trio bosses. Collecting staves blocks out this and this. Killing Great Runes for this and this eventually, because you need to be in the capital to contest these two. Oh my god, Oak Space! Thank you for the brand new tier 1, man. Yo! Thank you, Oak Space. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Thank you so much. This Chris is not MBT shit is dumb. It should be dropped. I agree. I think it's very annoying for sure. Like to be like, oh, you're like, you know, NBT is the only one who could come back from this position. Like as if that comeback wasn't a lot of luck. You know what I mean? Like it's definitely like an argument that's very, it gets very annoying when like people discredit other players for the sake of discrediting other players.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think if you look at this game and if you say that Chris is like not a good player or whatever from this, I think you're very, very short-sighted for sure. Thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome in. Appreciate it.
This guy right here, that's my favorite viewer.
Braun with the primer. Thank you so much, dude. Welcome in. Welcome in. Genotype comments over and over again. Players deserve their own credit. Dude, yeah, it gets so tiring as well. Like, even as someone who's like part of that discussion, like, oh, you're not Blanks. Oh, you're not Tom. You're not this. You're not that. Like, what? Like, how is that a helpful thing to say to anybody for any reason at all, ever? You know, I get so frustrated whenever I hear people like talking shit about like other players. It's like, bro, like, it's just bingo at the end of the day, guys. At the end of the day, bingo is literally just marking squares. You know what I mean? Like, bingo is literally just picking a square and doing it at the end of the day. Like, there's a lot of luck involved. There's a lot of skill as well, I guess, sure. But at the end of the day, it's just picking the squares to go for. You know, like it's not that serious. Was a big fan of watching the bingo for years, but now I found your channel to join the raid. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you for subbing, man. I appreciate that. There's more skill than luck in bingo. Of course. There's still quite a bit of luck. Literally, I don't get blown out in a single bingo game. Right. Like, there was like the night before I played against Chris, I believe, or I don't know if it was like the night before, but it was like a couple of days before. I had a really bad game versus Swed where he blew me out in the DLC. And it just happens, you know? Like people just like they beat you in bingo, you know what I mean? Whether it's NPT or Swed or Chris or CBD or, you know, Aggie or anybody, like, you just win and you lose sometimes in bingo. It just happens. It so happens that these are the ones that matter. You know what I mean? I don't know. Welcome, Half Blood. Welcome in. Thank you, Crafty. Appreciate that. I'll say it for you. Of course. Thank you. Never you, though, man. Never you. You would never die to Soldier of Godric on your first playthrough. Hey, Basic, how you doing, dude? It's an amount of mind gaming, and people will use that to show people. Yeah. Like, she can never out mind game Gino or the other guys. Yeah. When it's like that's so wrong, because like anybody who puts in the time can do that. You know what I mean? Like, literally anyone putting in the time can out mind game NPT. Whoa, that's crazy. Like, wow. They won a bingo match. Whoa. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. For me, I don't view it as like, I don't view winning or losing in bingo as indicative of skill in any way. I think it's just you marked squares and you didn't mark enough. You know what I mean? Or you marked the wrong ones. So.
This guy right here, that's my favorite viewer.
Secondhand, thank you for the 15-month primer, dude. Appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate you.
This guy right here, that's my favorite viewer.
Xenomorph with the primer. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Will you possibly get a rematch on NPT or the season duos by country? So I'm in, and NPT is also in. There's no like grand final. It's just I'm the second seed, I guess, because I'm from losers bracket, and then he's the first seed. But yeah, I'll probably rematch at Bootsy at some point. You know, we're gonna have to play each other at some point to learn from each other. So some people think that chess is the objective measurement of intelligence. Yeah, like it's literally just moving pieces on a board. And obviously that's like generalizing it and like bringing it down to its simplest parts. But I think that anybody with as many games as Magnus Carlsen could be that good. You know what I mean? I mean, and that's maybe I'm just like, maybe I have like, I don't know what you'd call it, but like survivor's bias or whatever. Like, just because I'm good at something doesn't mean that everyone else can be. But I would like to think that everyone can be good at something like this. You know what I mean? I don't want it to just be like, oh, only the talented can do this or whatever. I truly think that anybody could practice enough and get to this point where they can compete. So maybe what I could have done differently this game, I just kind of thought that Caelid bosses would be contested just because Chris had done Cemetery Shades, right? So like, and potentially Knight's Cav too. So I was like, maybe he has 2, if not 3, if he has Radon dead. So I could have gone Valiant Gargs for the column 4 block, but I also was grabbing Talismans. That's why like I had 2 blocks prepped. I was like, oh, I'll just finish off Caelid, then go downstairs. Maybe going downstairs first, then Caelid was safer. But this gets me an extra square in case Chris was going for this. So, but now I have 2. Now I have 2. True. I would agree. Wombat. Exactly. Exactly, Salty. Like, let me paint the picture for you guys. So, about 5 or 10 years ago or so, I wasn't really going anywhere, and I wasn't very happy with how things were going. And like I never came from like a background of gaming. Like I've never been good at gaming. Like before Elden Ring and before speedruns and whatever, I was not a good gamer. You know what I mean? Like I didn't really have the talent or the skill. And so I resonate with that 100% about how it's not really about, you know, the talent or just being naturally good. That's part of it. But also, like, I was not ever that great at games. My all-time peak in League of Legends was like Platinum 2 or something like that. So it like I was never like that good at video games until I found like, you know, Elden Ring, speedrunning, all that stuff. So I resonate with 100%. I feel like anyone could do this. That's my streamer. Of course, now things are different, and I'm definitely much better than I was, right? So Will the next episode of Bingo Brawlers be? Probably in a month and a half or so. Anyone that puts 5,000 hours in can do it, but not everyone's built for 5,000 hours or has the time as well. Because sometimes you just don't have the time, which is a pretty common limiter in a lot of cases. It was surprising seeing you avoid the Finger Slayer skip. Dude, it's because my game crashed. I was like, I don't want to risk this. If he's fat, if he's getting a lead on me, I need to not lose more time. Are you gonna be doing bigger practice for most of the part of the season starts, or are you gonna be doing some other stuff? Probably some other stuff. I have a run that I'm gonna be doing today, probably. I want to try like a randomizer run, like an 80% Deathless RL1 run. But I'll be doing a lot of bingo stuff still. Ring taught you a lot. High anxiety and button mashing for me. Yeah. Why wasn't it worth getting a second tally pouch from Roundtable? I forgot that it was there. I just forgot that it was there to buy. Sounds good, Rob. Yeah, sounds good, dude. Thank you for the sub earlier, man. If you have to get to bed, you can catch the VOD. You know, I wouldn't be offended if you had to hop out at some point. Yeah, of course, Vala. Yeah, I mean, practice is the most important thing, but I would say what's even more important than practice is like knowing how to practice efficiently. So like, you just like someone who has a full-time job can be better than someone who's unemployed at a game by knowing how to practice and use their time more efficiently. And usually the best at things, the best at doing certain things, they have a blueprint, right? And the blueprint almost never changes for them. They found what got them to where they are in a certain aspect of their life, and they use that blueprint over and over and over again for everything, right? It's like it's the old saying where it's like how you do one thing is how you do everything, right? So like if you have the blueprint to get good at one thing, you can be good at everything that you try to do. You know what I mean? Like it's everything that you attempt will have that, like it'll have that blueprint. It's already there loaded up in your brain. So it's always important to me, for me, it's temperament, knowing when I'm prone to mistakes and that I should slow down and think more. Also, just like take a walk. You know what I mean? Take a walk. You know, go get yourself like an ice cream. I don't know. Go to the gym. Do something that's not the activity. If you're getting frustrated, just go take a walk. You know. 5-minute meditation would clear your mind. Yeah, for sure. I had seen one lad take 2 days to do Lawrence and Bloodborne on 8 hours of attempts, but yeah. And then there are people that will do attempts for 12 hours a day for 2 weeks and then get frustrated and then quit and then be like, oh, why is why is this not working? Thanks for collecting talismans. Truth, hello, how are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. Listen to your body. That's a big one, dude. Listen to your body. Because sometimes, like, you know, if you guys ever are feeling anxious or this or that or whatever, or if you're having, like, you know, a bad day, like, for me, if I overload on caffeine, I get like giga anxiety. So like, you know, sometimes you just have to like listen to your body. And one time I noticed like, oh, if I have too much caffeine, I get like giga anxiety. So I stopped having so much caffeine. Hello, Jaja. Welcome. Interesting, Gizmo. Really? I feel like after playing those games, you'd be better at Dark Souls. Maybe because Dark Souls is like slower paced. Do you enjoy horror movies? No. I get scared too easily. I'm a baby. I'm a bubble blowing baby. My university had a free caffeinated water machine and it wrecked you. Yeah, dude, caffeine can just mess with you so bad. I think caffeine makes you, at least it makes me just kind of, what's the word? I don't know what the word is, but like when I have too much caffeine, I get two in my head. But I have a bubble blowing baby emote. We're also full on 7TV emotes. Too much caffeine puts my anxiety through the roof as well. Yeah, for me, I start like sweating. I start sweating and then I get in my head. Yo, Ills, decent Ills. Thank you for the 5 gifties, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 5 gifties. W gifties. I don't really take caffeine. I go weeks without it, but then when I'm about to take a test, yeah, that's fair. It can be a tool for sure. You can use it as a tool. Me drinking coffee at 7 p.m. You know, I had too much caffeine today. I can tell. I can definitely start to feel it a little bit. But it's more manageable when I'm like streaming and not alone. The third run, I won. Flavors of Monster that hit me harder than the others. I mean, not necessarily. It doesn't have to be. Unless, do energy drinks have to be certified by the FDA? I heard that like for supplements, like for gamer subs, it's different the way that it's like regulated or whatever. But I don't know about energy drinks. The caffeine amount could be different between monsters. Different flavors. You need to show your ID for energy drinks? Wow. I mean, understandable. Honestly, energy drinks are like kind of poison. They're kind of poisonous. But I see, Paw. Yeah, yeah. Makes sense. I would assume that Monster, like most name brands, would just bite the bullet and just, be regulated by the FDA. Exactly, Wombat. Yeah, exactly. Poison is the dose. Yeah, I mean, everything is a bad thing with too much of it, for sure. Anyway, uh back to the match. Meanwhile, I finished out Duo Trio, Gargs, Talismans, and this was all to block column 4. And he needs to block this still. And so my winning play, because Chris is marking stuff, my winning play is definitely this, because he's shown no underground, and probably this is my ending play. Is you out with Chris to see who goes against Tom scheduled for tomorrow? No. So I'm just in, Milky. Like, I'm just in because there's no grand finals. Thank you, Gizmo. Appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. Why does Mitch have 100 speech? Because he's the best commentator. That's why. He's the only commentator. Mitch, come on. You can't. Come on, Mitch. I wanted to fight Morgott too, to be fair. But this gives him time to go Finger Slayer Blade if I didn't go Morgott, or if I went Morgott. There's going to be Bingus still, but there's going to be some practice matches. There's probably some going on right now, actually. Yeah, Sweat and Jack are playing, exactly. Some trash talking. Maybe, could be.
Thank you, kind sir.
Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I kind of want to do more coaching too, actually. Coaching seems fun. Thank you, Graphic. Thank you, dude. Appreciate that. American flag jersey. Coaching was a lot of fun. I don't know if you guys were watching Sirius, but I was coaching Sirius challenges the other day. He's a really good player. What I charge for coaching? I don't know if I'd really charge anything. Depends on how much time, it depends on how much time it would take to coach somebody. I will probably be doing more at some point, Bjork. 500K or coaching. Oh, by the way, guys, dude, I don't know if you guys have been like noticing me complaining about this a lot, but there's this thing that was happening in my what's next? What has been playing for the past like? Did I go through this whole playlist already? Hello? Okay. I've been having like frame drops in boss fights, and it's been driving me insane. But I fixed it. I fixed it by disabling a setting in my BIOS called resizable bar, I'm pretty sure is what it was called. But apparently it causes issues in Elden Ring where it makes their game lag in certain parts. I don't know. It's when bosses do like big attacks, like Bale's Supernova. There's Shackles. And at this point, last square, I'm like, Finger Slayer Blade. GG's. Okay, that's enough for game one. That's enough for game one. We all know how this ends. I do Ronnie's quest line is GG's. But, dude, I get to Ancestral Woods. I light the Grace. Game crashes. Low key, if this was a race and if this was close in any capacity, I think not pausing is crazy, by the way. I think even in this case, I think it's a little bit crazy to not do a pause for a game crash. But yeah, that's crazy because I crash from Ancestral Woods, right? So my game crashes and then I load back in. Look where I am. Aqueduct facing cliffs. That was like a 2-minute time loss between the crash, loading back up again, and running back. Like, that is a very, very long crash. That would have paused. Yeah. Yeah. It's possible for us to pause during fighting Melina. Yeah, you can go into you can do like the inventory explanation thing and you can pause that way. But yeah. Should have been a pause. It's fine because Knight came in and explained it. Like, oh, he was like, oh, we didn't pause because it was Jover. I'm like, you know what? That's fine. 9-12, he's not gonna win anyway. So I think like for I don't know what the word is for presentation, pausing would make sense. But I agree. I think because it's Jover, it's fine. I don't know why Chris is fighting Melania, but thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome in. Of course, NP. Appreciate that. The zips. Yeah. I did practice the skip, but I didn't want to do it because I thought it was going to be contested. Yeah, I got time. Oh my god! GG's. All right. Game 2. Game number 2. We got DLC. When this board rolled, I was like, Tom, you curated this board. I was like, bro, there is no way that these are the squares that it rolls. Dude, the boards this bingo match were ass. The boards were so bad. They were so bad. The script writers, bro. The script writers. You're immediately like, I hate this. Bro, I fucking hated this board. I hated this board. I hated this board so much. I was like, this board is ass. You want me to tell you why? Okay. So look at this. Look at this. Okay. So center square consort, that's the first issue with this board that I have. Center square consort's ass. That means that whoever gets pressure on center square is going to be in a really good spot, right? So that already sucks, is that center square equals win on this board. Making a line like 4 in a line then consort is ass. Also, let me explain why else it's ass. Okay, let's look at the corners now. The corners. Count Ymir. That's hinterlands. That's all the way in, you know, east wherever, you know. It's really far away. Skudutri Avatar, not that bad because it's draining the water on the board, but like still pretty bad. Another one in a completely different direction. Okay. Have Saint Trina talk to you. Not only do you have to kill PK, but you have to also talk to Saint Trina. And it's also in a completely different direction than the other corner squares. And Double, thank you for the gift subs, man. I appreciate you so much, dude. Thank you so much. Much love. Thank you for the gifties, bro. Everything was so far. I know. Everything was so far. Okay, and then let's look at the other corner square, Florisax. So immediately I go, okay, Florisax is the square. I don't know how to draw a star, but Florisax is the square. If you get Florisax on this board, you pretty much just win the game, in my personal opinion. I think this is the most important square in the board because it puts pressure on this. It puts pressure on this, and it blocks that out too. It's past ADM, so it's you know, you need that. You need to be here to get this. It puts pressure on this. It's just really important. It's really important on this board. Draw a triangle, then an upside down triangle. That's a diamond. That's a diamond. That's just a diamond, bro. Two triangles at the same center. Okay. Fair enough. I guess, yeah. I guess so. Drawing it for you. It's absolutely not for me. And I had never claimed to be an artist. I am not an artist in any way, shape, or form. Draw the 4 bingo lines through the center square. In bingo terms. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess that is kind of a star. That's like star on like your phone when you hit like the star button to call someone. Yeah, it's like that. Yeah. That's kind of like a star. It's an asterisk. Yeah, but you call it star, right? Like star. What was the code to like hide your phone number or whatever? Star, whatever. I call it star at least. Anyway, game 2, 6-7. Was it actually 6-7? Dude, they knew. They knew all the way back then. Star 0 Chris. True, true. Okay, anyway, back to the game at hand. Florisax was my most important square on this board, but I also like this combo of Drain the Water and DLC Ashes of War because draining the water, or like getting the Ash of War that I got, was close to the Church District. So I thought that was a good combo to get. If I could have gotten these 3, I'd be in a really good spot this game. The problem was this board was ass because all of the rush stuff, like, I'll circle all the rush squares. Rush square, kind of a rush square, not a rush square because of the implications, I think, on this board with the Wounded Kindred right here. So you can't really rush more armor unless you're Chris. And you just don't care about stuff like that. Rush square. Anything else that I'm missing? No. Okay, so look at all these rush squares. They're all just not connecting in any way whatsoever. So like, it just feels random. This board feels random, and I don't like when randomness is like determining of like how a game is gonna go, if that makes sense. I think Chris's play was better than mine though, because I feel like he made a lot of pressure by prioritizing this square and then going south with these squares. But I don't like when rush squares are all in like terrible spots and then it feels just random who has the pressure. Are there certain people that you prefer to avoid certain rush squares on? I remember in last season Tom was insane at larval tiers. I feel like people do that to me. I feel like people don't contest me on rush squares because they think that I'll beat them to it. Which, to be fair, you know, I have a very high percentage of getting larval tiers in DLC, as well as you know, Blessings of Marika crosses. I have a very high percentage of getting those squares early. So I would say that I would avoid rushing squares that other players really like and are really good at. Like Tom really likes Red Bear in the DLC. Like Tom will go for Red Bear if it's like the worst square on the board. He will still go for Red Bear. And so he knows that square. He's fought Red Bear hundreds of times. So like I'll give him that square because he loves Red Bear so much, you know? Like I'll let him have it unless it's like center square, then I'll probably contest it still. But there's a lot of like squares that players do for comfort. And I let them have their comfort, or I'll cut them off. And so if it's Red Bear 4 status, I'll do E-Dread 4 status to cut them off at 4 status effects, if that makes sense. Because E-Dread's faster. So if you want to cut players off on what they're good at, take the other thing, if that makes sense, if it's faster. So Chris starts with Claws. I start with Flamberge. And then early on, how do we deviate? Okay, Chris goes 3-path, actually. Chris goes 3-path. Would it be worth it to try and snipe if you know they like that square? Yes, actually, it's very worth it. If you can beat someone to their comfort square, you get in their head 100%. If you beat Tom to Red Bear, you're in his head because he's like, wait a second, I do that square. That's my square. So it makes sense to like beat someone on what they like to do because they can definitely rattle them a little bit. It's happened to me before. I've gotten rattled by being beaten to a square that I wanted. Thinking about Millicent might have a second, it would really mess me up for the rest of the game. Yeah, Millicent's a weird one. The thing with Millicent though is that you do Millicent, but you get money for it. So like, think of it like this: if you don't get Millicent, you get money, right? Same way about like rushing Somber 9 weapon in like season 3 or season 4, or I think it was season 3 or season 5. Like rushing Somber +9. Worst case, you lose a square, but you have Somber 9 weapon, right? So like, it's not really a bad thing to lose a square like that. Millicent's different because Millicent, like, it's not that big of a reward. You get like 6k runes, but it's enough to upgrade your weapon, right? So like, it's fine. Like it's not the end of the world if you lose Millicent, but so here my read on Chris was that he's gonna start claws because Chris likes balls in front of Ensis. So like, I gave him balls in front of Ensis, but I started Flamberge. And my thought process was that I would choose the better starting weapon, and like that would lead basically to me having the better weapon advantage this game. I think what I should have done is maybe gone south for this sooner instead of going for larval tiers. It just, the problem here with this board, the reason why this board is so ass is because Florisax is the best square on the board. But if Chris didn't care about Florisax, he could have done larval tiers, Blessings of Marika, Moor's Armor, Bulls front of Ensis, Drain the Water, 3 Ashes of War, 2 armor sets. He could do all of this, and all I get is probably Florisax, perfume bottles, NPC bosses. Like you could do this play. Like this is what Chris ended up doing. But Chris could do all of that rush stuff while I only get this. And so he immediately has all these squares, and the rest of the squares are just really, really long squares in Shadowkeep and whatnot. So that's why I think this board's terrible, in my personal opinion. But what's the best poise break weapon? Is it Grafted Dragon? Where is that message? Is it Grafted Dragon or something else? The best poise break weapon is probably fists, like Iron Balls, because it's 40 poise damage per charge R2. Blood Fiends is good, but Starfist and Balls are just safer. Balls is just safer because you don't have to commit to the charger too. It's safer to do Balls for hitless runs. Alabaster. Yeah, Alabaster's good too. Like I remember Gino said Graph Strike could be better than Fists for breaking poise at some point, but might be tripping. So that's just the one-handed fist weapon move set. So like Grafted Dragon, Pada, I believe Qatar, and I don't know what else, but like that's just like one-handed fist weapon move set. Yeah, one-handed fist weapon is very good. You know, I will say one-handed fist is probably better for consort because Pada for consort is pure thrust damage on the charger too, I'm pretty sure. And it does 30 poise damage per hit. So it's very good at staggering consort Radon. Yeah, especially Starfist Bjork, because you can put the Lord of Blood Exaltation on. and kind of ignore riposting. I don't know if you guys know this, but if you ripost and proc bleed on the same attack, you don't get the Lord of Blood exaltation proc, just because during a riposte you don't exist in the game world, so you're not in the AoE that appears to give yourself the Lord of Blood exaltation. So that's why Lord of Bloods is kind of bad for a lot of weapons, but it's good for claws and it's good for Starfist for sure. A straight sword moveset? I don't know. I think it's just a regular fist moveset, but hi Tater. What's my opinion on Mitch's prioritization of Blade of Mercy as a talisman pickup? I think that if you're not grabbing Scorched Ruins, it puts you really, really behind on your rush squares. It's in a really awkward place, right? If Blade of Mercy was in Sky to Altus, maybe like on the way to the Curse Blades or something like that, it'd be in a way better spot to pick it up. But if you're going for a rush square and you don't grab Scorched Ruins, it takes like, I think, 45 seconds to grab from Gravesite Plane Grace, right? So like, let's say me and Chris were racing on these are all weird examples, but like, let's say we both wanted balls in front of Castle Ensis. I'm running past Scorched Ruins for 3-path cross, right? If I grab Blade of Mercy, I'm losing the square. You know what I mean? It's a good talisman, but you're gonna lose the square if you go for it. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. Thank you, Kuro. Appreciate that. Exactly, Ryuichi. Yeah. Why do you think the Katana check in front of the Ghost Slim Dragon has been less meta this season? It's because the starting classes are now randomized. They were not randomized in season 5, and the club was not a good enough weapon to just upgrade and use on its own. I mean, the club is decent, right? But it's not as good because you can always start with a weapon now. So you pick something to start with, and you're like, okay, I can use this for the first couple of squares, and it's a little bit of that, and a little bit of 3-path cross losing a little bit of power over Gravestone Skip, because Gravestone Skip is a lot faster than we thought it was. For example, 4 Mikla crosses in season 4, when it was 5 Mikla crosses, you had to grab 3-path cross because there was not a good enough 5th one besides 3-path. So you'd go 3-path and then do the other 4. But with 4 crosses, you have to do Gravestone Skip to be competitive, because the 4 fastest are from doing the Gravestone Skip to Tiolier, Tiolier's cross, and then the 3 from Worth Ruins, High Road cross, and then Castle Ensis. So also, great katanas are not very good. Or sorry, not great katanas.
Thank you.
Regular katanas are not very good. Like the worst regular katana, or sorry, the best regular katana is not as good as the worst great katana, or the worst great axe for that matter. You know what I mean? Like, even Death Knight long halved axe is still good for and fighting NPCs, right? So
Thank you, kind sir.
thank you for the follows, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah. Also, Great Axe check is better than Katana check, because again, the worst Great Axe is still a Great Axe. Exactly, Bjork. Yeah. So like in game 3, you'll see that come into play. ADM just dropping a katana. It's a better katana check. Auto upgrade means you don't need to ensure your best weapon is earlier. Yeah, exactly. That's also a big thing. Can't know. Well, it's not only that you can't know, it's also that if you check it and it's a miss, that's a complete waste of your time. That's the thing, right? If you check it and it's a miss, then you just threw out 30 seconds or 40 seconds, however long it took, just out the window. You're never getting that time back. And that matters more than you think that it would in bingo. You can't just throw away that much time in bingo. What's the worst katana? Serpent Bone Blade. The poison one. It goes like Serpent Bone Blade. The katana tier is probably like Serpent Bone Blade is like the worst of all time. And then Rivers of Blood is like right next to it. And Starline Sword is a little bit after that as well. Those three are like the F tier katanas. And those are like those three. Yeah, Rivers of Blood, Serpent Bone, and Starlined. They dilute the pool of katanas. Really, really, really bad actually, because those three are all misses. Those three are all just misses. Split damage. So you cannot grease Serpent Bone Blade. It's a smithing non-greasable that does deadly poison. But it's not worth it because it doesn't do bleed. So it's like the Venomous Fang of katanas, but Venomous Fang is greasable. You know what I mean? Like, and Venomous Fang is infinitely better because it's a claw, and you can apply the status effects faster. But the one doesn't bleed. No, Serpent Bone doesn't. Or sorry, the dragon one doesn't bleed either. Or the Ice Lightning one. I would say the best katana is probably Nagakiba, because you get an Ash of War when it drops. You get Piercing Fang as a Ash of War to infuse with. So I think Kiba is the best regular katana in a bingo setting, because Uchi is good, but you cannot infuse it. If you infuse it with Savage Lion's Claw, you are trolling, because the only reason to use Uchi is Unsheath. So I think that if you Savage Lion's Claw Uchi, you are trolling, in my personal opinion. Moonveil's good. Moonveil's pretty good. Moonveil, I would say, is like maybe third best. I would say it's probably Kiba, Moonveil, Uchi, Dragon Scale, in that order. Because you can grease Kiba and Uchi. What do you mean by trolling? You're missing out on a lot of value, because Katana R1s and R2s are not good. Katana R1s and R2s are really, really bad. You're losing out on a lot of value. Unsheath is 30 poise damage, and you can buff it with Alexander Shard, and you can grease it too. Yeah, the poise damage unfortunately is not there for katanas. So like, it's just really awkward to put Savage Lion's Claw on. Like, it's just not as good. You're not trolling. Like, you're not throwing the game, obviously, if you don't infuse. Yeah. You're not. Sorry, you're not trolling the game. You're not throwing. I was being a bit hyperbolic there, but you're losing out on a lot of value by not unsheathing. What about Melania's? Melania's does not exist in the pool of katanas that you can get because it's a remembrance weapon, so you can't get those without having a remembrance. But from the remembrance shop, it's really bad because the dex requirement's like 50 or something like that. That's also a really good point, Bjork. If you're getting Savage Lion's Claw, you're better off having a great sword, a great axe, a great hammer. That way, so the way that Ashes of War work in Elden Ring is that they have a motion value, which the motion value is determined by the base weapon weight and the base weapon damage per hit, right? So with the Ash of War usage of Savage Lion's Claw, it takes like the baseline R1 attack and then times that by a number, which is the motion value of the weapon. And so for katanas, it's really, really low because the base R1 is a puny little bink. You know what I mean? It's like bink. Like it's nothing. A great axe is like, it's like a overhead slam. You know, the great sword's also an overhead slam. Colossals obviously are great as well for, you know, stuff like that. But when you infuse Savage Lion's Claw and actually use it on katanas, you're getting like no value out of it. With a great axe, for example, you get like a ton of poise damage. You can stunlock NPCs with it. You can put status on it. It's much more valuable to have a great axe for NPCs. Exactly. Yeah. Great axe is just way better because of the stance breaking. Also, thanks for bringing Rent Tater. Appreciate that. Can the pool be just great katana because it'll only be great katanas? I think it's fine to randomize them together. Personally, I think it's fine. Pickaxe is really good. Yeah, Pickaxe is great. The Charger 2 is great. Oh, Chris broke the rune, actually. Wait, this is really smart from Chris, by the way, guys. I don't know. This is kind of underrated from Chris. So he actually went backside to break the rune, but realized there was not a lot frontside Shadowkeep here. So he broke the rune for Moro's armor. But that's really smart, actually. That's really smart. So he breaks the rune. So boom, the rune breaks. And then he gets the grace, then goes for Moro's armor set. That's really smart. Strike is the best overall. Pierce is very versatile. So is Strike. They're both versatile. Bad versus Noble. Also versus Tree Spirits, right? Aren't Tree Spirits also resistant to it?
Thank you.
Thank you for the follow, dude. Appreciate it. Flat 0 across the board. Oh, interesting. So if I go for ADM here, by the way, when I grab Church High Road, I feel like this is better, dude, to just go ADM. I'm still probably behind on floor sacks, and I definitely agree with Mitch that like maybe going 3-path was a better play because my rush square was Ashes of War. So I think that was definitely a mistake to not go 3-path instead of Gravestone Skip. Maybe because I wanted to do like, I don't know, because like none of these really like required Gravestone Skip. I definitely agree with Mitch here. I think my misplay was going for Gravestone Skip. I don't know. Definitely a misplay. What was like the Great Source? Great Source is really, really good. For really, very, very good. Of course, Con. Appreciate that. Did you know Chris locked himself out of heal in game 3?
This guy right here.
I assumed so. I assumed so. My reasoning was that the timing of the timing of NPC invaders with my invaders didn't line up to getting 3 without more. So I thought that he maybe did Letta invasion, but then I realized, no, wait a second, he didn't do Letta invasion. There's no way. The only other ones that he could have done were Letta or Yolan invasion. And I was like, there's no way he did either of those. So I assumed based off the information I was given. Borkster, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Welcome in, man. Thank you for the primer. Domo said they'd tell both players as soon as somebody's locked out. No. So, like, the way that it works is that, like, conditional lockouts are different than, like, mismarks. He means that for mismarks, right? So, by locked out, like, he means if Chris did in this match, for example, what is there? 3 dragon bosses. If Chris did 3 dragon bosses, didn't mark it, and then went to a 4th, I would be informed that Chris didn't mark 3 dragon bosses because him not marking on the 3rd dragon boss is like cheating according to the rules. Because he's hiding progress on dragon bosses by not marking it. So, you're only informed in the case of a mismark. Yeah, exactly. If you're not breaking the rules, then you don't get informed. Like, the other player doesn't get informed. I can't know that he's locked out of more, or because it's a strategic play for Chris. It's more about the strategy. Do you think you should be allowed to go for an extra one in those cases? No. I don't think so. I think that the best case scenario is that the refs inform you 30 seconds after Chris doesn't mark it, and then he is already 30 seconds ahead on his next one, right? So, like, he has 30 seconds to just not, make any progress. So it just wouldn't. It's also just hiding info. I don't know. I don't like it. I think that we should just be vigilant about counting our squares. I had to do floor sacks earlier, man. I think, okay, if I wanted this opening play, I probably should have done larval tiers first, but like slow playing it, maybe. I don't know. Not full committing, but a potential finish. I'm just thinking about how I could play this game differently. Like, I do like the fact that I got these 2 squares and I also pressured this. Because, like, This automatically pressures this because then you get worried about 3 squares being in Shadowkeep and then Putrescent Knight being a kind of a bad square to go for. So I think at this point in the game, what I should have done instead of progressing towards Shadowkeep, I didn't see his progress, to be fair, on Moore and 2 armor sets. But I probably should have assumed that this was going to be the play. And then I should have either stolen balls. I could have stolen balls in that time that it took for him to mark this. I could have killed ADM and gotten the concoction. I could have potentially gotten armor sets first if he was greeting Moors. I could have gone for ADM for also 1 NPC boss as well. Like, I don't think there's any world where draining the water first is the play. Because there's a lot of South stuff. South stuff kind of takes prio over Shadowkeep stuff, because Shadowkeep stuff takes a lot of time to prep. So, I think, yeah, I think that my options were either to kill ADM after Ashes of War. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, the shop was ass. What did I do? Did I drain the water here? I did. Were you nervous at all once you knew it was going to be DLC Game 3? I was hoping for DLC Game 3. I knew that I would win the run back. I told myself, I was like, the board will not screw me out of a Game 3. In my personal opinion, I think this board was horrible for me. I don't think I play well on this board. Like, I think if you play out this board 100 times, I don't do well on this board in like half of the games. I think this board just sucks for my playstyle. I have to get better at these kinds of boards that are mostly killing things in far directions. Because I like when things line up for me quickly. You know what I mean? And so I have to work on that in this off season. Is working on. I'll even maybe ask Tom about this game in particular. Just because, like, if you're not just bulldozing this, if we just ignore this column entirely, like, this board is so hard to play because there's Shadowkeep, but also there's this to worry about. And then we have like Consort, Burning the Sealing Tree, obviously, which are also 2 Shadowkeep objectives. There's Kindred with more set. That's another one that's kind of awkward to play out. There's PK and Trina, which are South objectives. So, like, these are all just really awkward squares. And then there's also just like random Ymir, random Lion and Stew, with like a random Matting Hand. So it's just like kind of random squares as well to do that are kind of awkward to do. Similar to your game 2 versus Tom. Yeah, for sure. But I think game 2 versus Tom was a much better board for me because my lines worked well together. I don't like lines that don't work well together. Hello, Jagged Jaw. Welcome in. Does the game still more coin flip for some reason? Maybe more optimized than linear. Yeah. I don't know. Thank you, Package. Appreciate that, dude. Are squares pure RNG? Yes. The only time they weren't pure RNG was in season 5 when I think there was separations for like early, mid, and late game squares. I'm pretty sure that was a thing. Like, there was like a square counter so that, you know, it wasn't just like all rush or whatever, or like all long squares. Yeah, this is the game versus Chris. Loser bracket game versus Chris. Not the upper bracket game versus Chris. Did you need to burn the Sealing Tree to have access to any of your limb? Yes. Yes. And your burning Sealing Tree progresses Consort Radon. Thank you, Curl. Appreciate that. Hi, Magician. We have a couple of weeks for the event now. We got a couple of things. We got a couple of things lined up, Zoro. Yeah, dude, I should have stolen more. Or I should have stolen balls when I saw that it wasn't being marked. I should have stolen balls. I should have stolen balls. I should have gone for ADM earlier, I think, on this board instead of pressuring column 2. I greeted the column 2 pressure, then I was like, okay, now I'll go for ADM, but it was too late. It was too late. Yeah, I should have stolen Chris's balls. True. Yeah, it's a trap square, and people keep saying that like, oh, it's a bad play to lock yourself out of Kindred of Rot. But if you see objectives in any of your limb, it like this kind of doesn't make sense. But locking yourself out of Kindred of Rot gives you priority on Sealing Tree by default. Does that make sense? Locking yourself out of more for a square for pressure gives you priority over Sealing Tree by default, and by default gives you priority over Consort, because I have to signal, hey, I'm going to end your limb, so I have to claim this first. So can you explain that? Yeah. So when you go to end your limb, when you burn the Sealing Tree, all the kindreds disappear. You cannot get Wounded Kindred once you burn the Sealing Tree. It's also the same way with Scorpion Stew. You cannot kill Mesmer, or else you lock yourself out of Scorpion Stew. You can kill the Dancing Lion, but if you kill Mesmer, you're locked out of this. So you have to be very, very careful, for sure. But in this example, he marks Moore's armor set, which progresses Sealing Tree and Consort by default. A good counterplay would be also to lock yourself out. I think that's how you actually lose the game quicker. Midget Direction losing both Sword of Light and Darkness, Exaltation, and Torch was a shame. Over half of what was promoted back in Season 4. Is Sword of Light and Darkness, is there one in Jory's Catacomb? I thought that was in the Fallgriff Catacomb. How many possible tiles are there? Over 120, I think, for base game and DLC. They involve more, yeah. It's mostly more because of the kindreds, because there's Kindred Cookbooks and Kindred of Rot. And so the problem with that is that DLC Invaders is usually more. More is a faster one. And Moore's armor set's also a square. And armor sets is also a square. And shields used to be a square too. So you could get Moore's shield. So like, you know. One on the way to Jory's. Interesting. Okay. Oh yeah, the Stone Sheath sword. I see what you're saying. Yeah. The actual sword itself is from Jory's. I see what you're saying. What do you like more? Base game or DLC? Probably DLC still, but base game is really fun. It's more fun than I thought it would be. It would work this season. Well, I think what they're going to do, and no promises, but I think what we're going to do is probably allow parry and fusion. No promises, obviously, but that's like the only solution is to allow parry and fusion, from Bernal's shop, but also that would imply that we're not allowed to use the parry infusion for an element. It would have to be standard parry. So you can't get away with like doing frost infusion parry, and I can just use the weapon to do a frost proc or whatever. Yeah, base game is great because of the synergies. I think that's so much more fun in a lot of ways. Force of Ender to have a shield or a dagger parry in the shop. I think that turns out to be a coding nightmare for the mod creators, if I'm being honest. And it's probably a lot easier to just allow Bernal's shop and Roundtable, because you do get Bernal's shop, you just can't use it. Yeah. What are the seasons? What do you mean by that? What do you mean, what are the seasons? Wow, dude, these claws cook ADM. Low key. Do they cook him? Oh my god. Do they cook him? Holy schmoly. The bleed proc is crazy. I know what I'm missing while I was watching live stream. Some people downplayed about you pivot some squares and it opened Chris chances. Was it a mind game where you went for majority? I don't know what you mean by that, Zoro, but do you mean why I didn't go for the bingo this game? Is that what you're asking? Why I didn't go for the bingo? For lines? Well, I think that bingo viewers are definitely I'm not even gonna speak on that because people have been giving me shit for not going for lines for years. But yeah, bingo viewers just think they're smart a lot of the time. They think they're very, very smart. So yeah. That's it. I mean, there's a time and a place to go for a line. Like, you can't just go for a line. It is called Bingo Brawlers because bingos win you games. But if Chris just gets every square in this line, he also wins. So I don't know what they want from me. I think that it's getting very, very annoying to the point where like the viewers think they're smarter than I am because they're like, see, look, he would have won if he went for the bingo line. I'm so smart. You know, it's kind of getting on my nerves, honestly, a little bit this season in particular. It didn't get on my nerves that much in season 4 because I was still new to the game. But now that I know what I'm talking about, it's like, bro, like, you don't know better than me. Have you tried stream sniping? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know. It definitely is getting on my nerves a lot more this season than other seasons. Have you tried stream sniping? I think they know they because they are watching both perspectives. I mean, that's it. It's just what happens when you watch both perspectives. It's so much easier to make a decision when you can see what Chris is doing. They're on everyone's nerves. You know, it's something that Dom has been trying to address for years, is that like people the fans, like, while their passion is like always appreciated, and you know, we love that people are so into bingo, I think that like a lot of times it just is very toxic. It's a very toxic environment when like everyone's feeding off of each other. Like, oh, this guy didn't go for a line. Oh, this guy is throwing because he didn't kill the boss quicker than the other guy did. The biggest example for me was like in season 4 when it was Grand Pooh Bear versus Bushy, and he didn't get the line, and like everyone was like just like, I don't know, people were being very, very toxic towards Pooh, and I just don't like when people dogpile like that. You know what I mean? Because like give them the controller. You know what I mean? Give the chatters the controller and have them do Lamenter under that pressure on 4 Skidoo with like 20 strength. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Chat smarter than the players. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to not look at it that way. I'm trying to be more patient with people, but it just gets on my nerves when people start being toxic about it. The commentators are questioning it. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I would agree. I think people will take what a commentator says and like and goes, yeah, you know, and he looks ugly today. You know, he's stupid and he's ugly today. Dude, yeah, I was thinking about holding like a chatters bingo tournament or something like that, just to kind of like, you know, give them a taste of their own medicine. The chatters tournament. Why don't you throw to X? Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the thing too, is like when you talk about sports, it's also different because like with sports, there's like a physical aspect. It's the same with Elden Ring, I guess, too, right? Because it's like not only do they have to like, if you're a quarterback, right, in football, and you have to like scan the field and find someone wide open, you need to, from the snap, get the ball, right, drop back, while there's 5 300-pound men rushing at you at once. You have to back up in the pocket, look for someone open, scan the backfield, and then throw. And also, the throw has to be a good throw, too. So it's like the mechanical aspect is also a thing. And I think bingo chatters don't understand that there's a mechanical aspect to bingo where like you don't only have to do the square or pick the square, you have to do the square. You know what I mean? So you have to like you have to kill ADM for floor sacks. ADM takes skill to kill the boss itself. You know what I mean? Like you have to kill Ymir. You have to kill PK. You have to kill Deathrite Bird. So it's like you have to actually do the square too. And that's what people don't really understand is that you have to actually play Elden Ring while you're doing it. The opportunity cost, that's also a thing too. There's a lot of complicated stuff to bingo that we don't have to get into, but like I think people have to calm down a little bit when it comes to like criticizing players for choosing things because it's like, oh, why doesn't Chris just do perfume bottles, death mask helm, and then consort Radon? He just wins the game. He just wins the game if he does consort Radon. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know. Why doesn't Chris talk to St. Trina, burn the ceiling tree, and then do Ymir? He wins the game. It's an easy win. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I think most people are fine. Like most regulars are fine. I think there's no names that I remember that like end up being like just shitters all the time. I think everyone in here I've seen in bingo chat and everyone here, I'm not talking about anyone in here. I think everyone in here has been very, very civil in bingo chat. But I just mean like people that first time chat, or not even first time chat, but like people that like stick around for like the predictions and they participate in like predictions and they're like, oh, win me channel points, Chris, bring it home for me, Chris. And then when he loses, it's like, oh, you lost my channel points. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah. Chris should unmark the blue squares and mark them as red. He's right. He's right.
Time to pay up, freeloaders.
I've been with the 28 months, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. And also, if I missed any subs today, I appreciate you all that have subbed today. And thank you, Magician, for the 2 rents. Thank you. That's the other thing, Tater. Yeah. See, that's the other thing is that like we can talk to Chris like that, but chatters can't talk to Chris like that, or at least like Dom can, because Dom and Chris have like a banter together, so like it's different. You know, chatters aren't part of the inside joke. That's the other thing too, right? Is that like chatters are not really part of the inside joke. It's kind of his brand. I mean, he doesn't care, but like the point is that some people do care, and that not everyone is like Chris and can't take it on the chin. Like, because I don't like it when people say shit like that. Like, there was someone that I didn't ban them. Someone, I think one of my mods did, but like there was someone that came in my chat on YouTube the other day and was like, you'll always be the loser to me, or like you'll always be the final loser to me, because my title was like losers finals practice or whatever. I was like, I don't like that. That's not I don't think that's funny. And then they were like, oh no, that's what I'm here for. I'm like, actually no, that's not what you're here for. It's actually not funny at all. I don't like that. And then they just kept going and they ended up getting banned. So it's like I don't take it's not even like criticism. I don't take people shitting on me as well as someone like Chris would. And to be clear, Chris doesn't love it either. He doesn't love it either, but he just kind of rolls with it because that's what people do. You know what I mean? No, the lag. The stream lagged. I was not a fan of this match being called Losers Finals either. Well, I mean, it's called a Losers Bracket, to be fair. You can call it lower bracket, but it is what it is. It is the Losers Bracket. That's what they call them. You can call it lower bracket or like lower bracket finals, but like Losers Finals is what it is. Like it is the Losers Bracket. It does sound bad. I would agree with that. So wait, so where does Chris go then? If not, he gets the cross grace. Okay, yeah, he gets the cross grace, which makes sense. It's progress towards PK. And then he goes hit. NPC bosses. Okay, then Lamenter. Oh, okay. And then I died to the dragon. And then I died to the dragon here. Dude, this is such bullshit. Bro, am I crazy? Or do dragons not deal damage to
Thank
you?
you.
Like, when they're flying in, besides Akil? Am I crazy? Lanciax does not do that. Lanciax does not hit you. If you're in Lanciax's path, it does not hit you when Lanciax lands. I was like, bro. You know what I mean? I was like, bro, what the fuck? Yeah, everyone's like, that does damage? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Yeah, this was probably copied by Akil. I wouldn't doubt it, because Akil is the only dragon that deals damage to you by landing. Hey, thanks, Jack. Appreciate that. What do you need to rush Consort Radon? You need to kill Mesmer. So here's why Consort Center Square is really bad. You need to kill Mesmer, which locks you out of Stew. You need to kill Romina, and then you need to burn the Sealing Tree, which locks you out of Wounded Kindred. So you need to mark both of these squares before going for Consort, because otherwise you get locked out of these two. They have to kill Consort. You have to also kill Letta as well. Chris already cut his losses in by locking himself out of Wounded Kindred. Yeah, he cut his losses by getting more set and 2 armor sets at the same time. So he made it a threat on row 3 and also blocked out column 5 or column 4. Because if I had stolen balls, that would have been really bad for him, I think. And then I also have to signal that I'm going for Sealing Tree by going for Wounded Kindred. Yeah, diagonals are bingos too. Yeah, so I have to block this still because if he gets Scorpion Stew, I'm kind of in trouble. So I go for PK for the Trina block as well because these are both connected. Saint Trina dies if you kill Radon. That makes sense because Saint Trina's like Miquela's alter ego or whatever. Drops a smile. I think so, yeah. Or wait, is that Trina or is that TLEA that drops the smile? I'm hungry. Chat. It's time. It's snack time. Hell yeah. Oh my god. What Skidoo is he at? That is really good damage. I might cook a steak. Really? Good for you. Good for you. Let me explain what I'm doing here. So Chris is not marking. So I have to assume that he's prepping this column 5. So I have priority on Skidoo. I have priority on this. I assume that I have priority on this, and I have priority on this. So my plan is to sequence this correctly. I have to do progress towards this. Then Chris marks this. Then I go PK. And then I finish this. And then I go Skidoo Tree while he's also going for it. That was my plan to get back in the game. And then I would snipe him on Skidoo Tree, and then I would finish the bingo. That was my plan. Hi, Purdue. Yeah, I played Kazan, Zoro. Kazan's great. I love Kazan. Kazan's great. Thank you, Stevens. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, Ryuji, I would agree. Yeah, I would agree, Hyperion. I think that stats and talismans and buffs are better than Skidoo, in my opinion. My god. Was he in the death animation? Wow. Here I was like, I win, right? Like when this happened, I was like, oh, I just win. Finger is better than Helms. PK is better than both of those because Chris is showing south with all of these. He's showing south, so PK is the best square in the board right now for me. Yeah, no, that was exactly it. Yeah, that was exactly it because Chris is showing nothing but south here. Chris is showing nothing but south with all these squares. This is not progressing Shadow Keep. Kind of progressing Shadow Keep, but not really. Nope. Nope. So nothing on this board is Shadow Keep at all, right? So I know that I'm ahead by a lot, actually, on Shadow Keep.
Thank you, kind sir.
I thought Chris would see that, you know, once I'm building up the line, he would go for a Skidoo Tree to do his own bingo. And I thought that his was probably faster than mine if he had any progress towards Shadowkeep at all. And this time they took the Lamentor and 3 NPC bosses. Thank you for the follow, dude. I thought Chris had at least Rope Bridge Grace or like Church High Road. So I was like, I have to do Skidoo Tree at some point, but I have the Water Drain, so I have that advantage. And so I thought that I was going to be racing him on this. Los could do this fight kind of sucks, dude. What is PK resistant to? Like, what are his resistances? 20 resistance standard? That's not too bad. Why is he doing PK? What? Why is he doing PK? Okay. Do I win this? Do I win this? I'm trying to think about like the time difference that it takes. If I go straight to no, you lost. No shit, I lost this game. I was there. Hang on. Guys, I guys, believe it or not, I was there. I mean, do I win? Do I win if I go for Helm into Giant Hand? Which I think the answer is yes, but I didn't have enough info. So based on my info, I thought that Chris was going to go directly from NPC bosses to either PK or Skadootree. And so I guessed Skadootree. And I was like, oh, I have time to go for PK. And then I can finish off Skadootree. That was my thought process. Because it would take Chris the amount of time to drain the water and then go down. Yeah, I can't assume that I lost the or that I got the snipe there. No, Leon's not being toxic. I think they're just making a joke. I was also just making a joke. That's my thought process, Ryuji. See, okay, so my thought process here, I know that everyone in... Yeah, this fucking guy. Blank's committing to a bingo. Yeah, right. Okay, Blue Fire Truck. How about you boot up right now, buddy? Let's play a game. Let's run a game right now. I'll commit to a bingo line. I'll tell you which one I'm going to commit to, and I'll still beat you to it. Dude, this is the shit that I'm talking about that pisses me off and gets in my
Thank
head.
you.
This stuff pisses me off. It's like, bro, oh, if only he just went for the bingo, he would have won. It's like, bro, that's not how it works. That's not how bingo works. That's not how bingo works at all. Actually, God, I get stun locked so easily. I get stun locked so easily by chatters. Ah, it pisses me off. If if Chris is already on Skidoo, you probably can't win the race. Well, if that's the case, then I have to hope that Chris dies, and then I can beat him to Skidoo. If Chris is already on Skidoo Avatar, I have to hope for an incident, and I have to be able to snipe him on that too. You do hand faster than Skidoo? Absolutely not. No. If Chris went right from Lamenter or whatever NPC bosses was to Skidoo, I would have lost 100%. So Chris has to have an incident here, and I have to win Skidoo Avatar to win here. Thank you, Mitch. Thank you so much, Mitch Riz. I can't believe he went for this, honestly. It was glorious to watch. I appreciate it. Thank you. I thought I played well here. I would play like this too. Yeah, that was a great Skidoo fight. Yeah. Exactly, Hex. Exactly. The disc bounty. Yeah, so my thought process there was basically like I have to snipe away Skidoo, because like if he goes straight for Skidoo after NPC bosses, he wins this and wins the game. So I'm like, okay, I have to snipe Skidoo. I was pretty confident that PK was a snipe, just because that made a lot of sense for him to block out this. So I was pretty confident with him not marking that PK was a snipe. But I didn't know what his progress was on Shadowkeep. I also didn't know that if from Loft Hand is faster than like from Church District Drain the Water Scadutree is faster. Because I assumed that worst case he has Scadutree prepped and then I lose, right? So I don't know. I don't really know. Blanks marking Helms would also telegraph progress in Giant Hand. I think for you, marking Helms meant you were ahead on Scadutree, so if he chased on Scadutree, he would have lost. Was going for the block. That's fair. I think from Chris's POV, it makes sense, but from my POV, I thought Chris was already down there. Think it was worth holding Helms? Were you also considering row 3 for later in the game? I think Helms was just because I was going to Scadutree Avatar. So I just wanted to get the Helm. Yeah, I'll do it today, Zora, after review. Hope you guys are hungry. I kind of don't understand why blanks win for Avatar. Okay, listen. That's not toxic. I will educate you why I went for Scadutree Avatar. I will educate you, okay? I will not get mad at you. I will educate you. Okay. So let us rewind this game. Let's say like 10 minutes. Let's go 10 minutes. So 10 minutes ago. Look at how the board looks, okay? So the threat's been there for 10 minutes, okay? So let's go back 5 more games. So, or 5 more minutes. The threat is not there 5 minutes ago. However, he does Dane. Threat is there from 246 to like 3. So the threat is up for like 11 minutes, okay? So the Scadutree is up for 11 minutes. He doesn't go for it. So I assume that PK is a snipe, and then I assume that after it gets sniped on PK, I go for Scadutree because he also goes for Scadutree for his own line. Because he knows that if I get masks and this, I win the game. So I think what Chris does after a PK snipe is goes straight for Scadutree.
Thank you.
Thinking that I would go for my line. Thinking that he would win on this. Okay? That's the thought process. That's the thought process. That's it. It's nothing too complicated, okay? I went for this block over column 2 because look, I get Scadutree, and guess what? This is open now. That's open for business. And also, if Chris went for this and got sniped, this is a guaranteed victory for me. So, yes. That is why I did not go, or that's why I went for Scadutree Avatar. Time between your mass mark and Skidoo tree was about 4 minutes 27 seconds. Time between Chris getting the Loft Grace and the Giant Hand was 4 minutes 16 seconds. So the choice of which we're gonna do was a complete 50-50 in terms of time. Yes, exactly. And that was about my thought process too. Is like it's kind of the same time that it takes. They know the end result of the game. Yes, and I'm trying to be more patient, but these people piss me off daily. Blanks once again punished for not finishing his line. Don't piss me off! Don't piss me off! No, it's someone in bingo chat that said it. It's someone in bingo chat that says Blanks once again punished for not going for his bingo line. He's stupid, actually. He doesn't know how to play out in ring bingo. Like, God, it pisses me off every time. And like the thing that gets to me is like when I win, everyone's like, and that's why Blanks is the GOAT. That's why you should never even try to race Blanks on squares. Blanks is just the GOAT. He's so much better in every way. It's such a annoying thing that every time, like, either you win and people think you're the greatest of all time, or you lose and people say that you suck. Yeah, dude, maybe that's just how people are. Dude, maybe that's just how people are. And this is just a commentary on people that spectate events. Yeah. You know, maybe that's just something that I have to live with. You only watch the Mitriz review, it's more fun. I mean, listen, watching it live is pretty hype and pretty fun, but people in the chat room make it less fun. Sprite gives you high blood pressure. Yeah. Monday morning quarterback because they know all the right moves. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, I shouldn't get so angry at people, I think. I need to stop getting so angry at people for their opinions. I think people should be allowed to have their opinions. I just don't like them. I don't think they're correct opinions. Yeah. Tom said he always go in with this, with you this fight. He always. What do you mean by that, learner?
Thank you.
This was so unfortunate. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, that lost me the game 100%. Did he throw a harpoon at him? Oh, he did. That's kind of hype. That's so hype, actually. Ah, dude, I would have won this square, man. I would have won the square. Ah. If I didn't have to quit out, I would have won the square, dude. It definitely cost me the game here for sure, because I lost 2 squares, and then he has 10, and then, yeah, it's... Or I guess he had 11 at that point, so... The harpoon! Yeah, the Stu Tech, yeah, you can just kill the lady. Huh? Wait, you can just kill her without... Without the helmet? You don't need the helmet? Oh, you can't talk to her and get the stew without... Okay. So you need to just talk to her with the helmet. Yeah. I see. I see. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Thanks, all Scorpion. Appreciate that, man. Thank you for saying that. Could be useful. I mean, it could be useful for this if you use transformation, then do Scorpion Stew. Killer might be even faster. Oh, it is faster. Yeah, it's way faster to just kill her. We knew that you could kill her, but I thought you had the helmet on. I thought you needed to have the helmet on. I also forgot that putting on this helmet, by the way, gives you flame spear damage. I didn't realize that. Yeah, it's all like Fire Knight stuff, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Mitch has a lot of GDQ stuff, Jero. Mitch has done a lot of GDQ commentating. Oh, he didn't even do PK. Oh. I want to see... no, it'll still be yellow damage. I want to see what the damage is with the claws. I can summon Tilier, I guess. Yeah, to summon Tilier, you may as well. Just talking to Tilier, I think, does that. Or maybe it's like getting the concoction makes him summonable. Yeah, Yellow Dam. It was always gonna be Yellow Dam. Like you never do non-yellow to PK. PK is so weak. Helia does absolutely nothing though. It literally does nothing. I think he is poisonable. I think. He's immune? Oh. Interesting. Work, work, work. Work, 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 work. Yeah, and then here he just goes for dragons, I'm pretty sure. So we don't have to watch the rest of this. He just goes for dragons. He hasn't split any progress, he just does dragons. Yeah. He just does dragons. Yeah, for sure, Lerner. The execution was great this game. If I just went for Giant Hand, I would have won. But I can't take the lessons from this game being just like, oh, I made the wrong play. Like for me, the main takeaway was like, oh, you can win a game that far behind. You know, there's a way back in it. Like I think personally, if I'm playing Tom goes for Scadutree because there's no way he wins this with all this. So I think if I'm playing against Tom, this is the play. 100% if I'm playing against Tom. Because I think he would have to finish his bingo line in order to win. He's thinking there's no way that he wins this square. He has to get this first before I can get this. So I think if I'm against Tom, this wins me the game. 100%. Okay, game 3. I was tilted after this game for sure. This game definitely rattled me, but I sat outside on my porch and I just kind of like pondered, you know, the loss for a second. I was like, you know, Chris came to play today. I have to also come and play. You know, I have to show up in this game. And yeah, I came back kind of refreshed. I was like, you know what? I gotta dig deep. Something's gotta give. You know what I mean? I gotta pull something out for game 3. The porch tech, yeah. Yeah, I mean, just taking a walk. I obviously there's not enough time to take a walk for these matches, but yeah, I think this was a good reset for me mentally because the 10 minutes I used all 10 minutes to just kind of sit outside and whatever. Has OBS integration and toggled overlay? You can also get Tarnished Chronicles mod from Nexus to Boss Checklist overlay, but also has the stats and locations of bosses. Oh, cool. All right, game 3. Game 3, this board, by the way, also not terrible, but center square Midra. Like, bruh. Timing as well, by the way. Timing. Ness. Hello. Ness, thank you so much for the raid. What up, gamers? Hello. What up, fellas? How was the Bingus? How was the Bongus? Were we Bingus or were we Bongus today? Corvier, hello. Thank you for defeating the evil villain Chris. Of course. Anytime. I'm also glad that I had taken out Chris in winner's bracket, so it didn't have to be a Blanks Netta matchup. Mitch manifested it. He's saying he always wants a hard boss center square every time he commentates. Oh, so it's Mitch that's curating the boards, huh? So it's Mitch that's doing it the whole time. Look at his glee. Look at how happy this guy looks. Now, here's a guy who is very, very happy. He is smiling even. Chris had to lose one game away to keep up his runner-up storyline. I guess so, yeah. Though I'm having a pretty good time too, to be fair. He's also smiling. Smile all around the board. Love the whiteboarding in the video. It's a tool called Epic Pen. I have been coaching in different games for, I don't know, 10 years now, and I always use Epic Pen to like illustrate what my thought process is. What do we got here? An emote. What do we think? I'm full on emotes. I have 1,000 emotes on 7TV. I'll keep it open. I'll trim my emotes after stream and I'll add that one.
Thank you.
Thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Okay, let me pause. Okay, here's my read on the board. My play was crosses, two-handed tally, and then curse blade. The thing that got awkward with this board was that this was kind of left open just because I started with the large club, so I couldn't do the combo play with these two. So what I instead decided to do was curse blades, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I can try to steal his discus, which didn't end up working out. Thank you for adding that. Sleep grease bear or to sleep not count? Bear is pretty tanky to sleep. Also, it's pretty expensive to buy greases. So the best way to do the 4 status effects is to do bleed weapon, innate bleed weapon, frostbite, poison, and rot are the 4 best status effects to do. You could replace poison with sleep for E-Dread in some cases because E-Dread's pretty weak to sleep. But the best 4 status effects is rot, bleed, poison, and frost. 200? Oh, okay. I'll have to try that out later then. It is still expensive to do 4 status effects. 4 status effects is still like at least 40,000 runes. So, but 2, by the way. Eternal Sleep is hard to proc. Eternal Sleep is harder to proc because Eternal Sleep is more broken than Sleep is. Ignore smithing 8s. Yeah. What the hell was that? I heard like a sound in my room. Sounded like a motorcycle. Think this is a great club? No, this is Great Club Sun, the large club. Great Club Sun is still really, really good, but he's a little bit weaker. A cat stole a motorcycle. True, that could have happened. The good club. Yeah. Yeah, not the great club. It's the above average club. So here my thought process was that if I can win crosses, if I win crosses, I have a gray setup for this. Also, I think my line stroke just... How do I fix this? My lines are a lot weaker now. Why are my lines so much weaker? There we go. So Morth is the grace set up for two-handed. Yes. So normally with 5 or 4 crosses or however many crosses, like if you're ending with Ensis Cross, you skip Morth Ruins. But I think versus Chris, I thought I had a little bit of leniency because I didn't think he would skip that grace. I think if I was playing against like Pepe Jack, I'd probably just skip Morth and get High Road and then go from High Road to two-handed Talisman. But I think because it's Chris and he's not going to skip Morth Ruins, I decided to grab Morth Ruins as well. I love bingo class with Professor Blanks. I love doing bingo theory crafting and just discussion. The reason why I grabbed the Skidoo there is because I'm not coming back to TLA ever. Is there anything with TLA in this board? I don't think so. So the reason why I grab the Skidoo is I'm never going back to TLA. So there's no reason to come back here, so I grab the Skidoo. And I'm thinking that even if Chris is rushing Nicola Crosses and if he's going to like also do the same play as me, I think he also grabs the Skidoo 9 times out of 10. I don't know why you'd skip it if you're not coming back to it. Did you know your route was faster with crosses? Yes. TLA skip, or sorry, Gravestone skip is faster for 4 crosses. For 5, you need to go 3-path cross, and for 6, you need to go main gate cross. So 5, you would go 3-path cross, but 4, you go Gravestone skip. The map is back. Hey, I can do that too. Look, there's going to be a cross right here. There's going to be a cross up here. There's going to be a cross over here down in Ensis. Hey, don't move the map. I just circled all them. Domo, stop moving the map. Stop. What's the time on Skidoo view cross versus
Thank
3 path
you.
cross? I don't know. I haven't timed that, but I was in a call with other players, and they're saying that basically you would probably never go for that one. I think it was Gray that was talking about it. Oh, from Worth Ruins? I don't know. Not sure. They trolling. Yeah, Domo's trolling me. What are the 6 cross square? If it's 6 crosses, you do 3 path, and then you run across the bridge, do Tiolier, and then do Morth Ruins, High Road, Ensis, and then port back to 3 path and go for Moore's Cross. The reason why you don't do 3 path and Moore's Cross first is because you don't want to have a double loading screen ever. Like, you don't want to have to grab the Grace and then port back to 3 path cross. You do the loading screen at the very end. How'd you know he was locked out at killing the Wind Kindred? I was actually watching his stream the whole time, and I watched him kill more. That's how I knew. No, so because the timing was off. The timing was off because the NPCs. Yeah. Because I went for Letta. Okay, so here's the real reason. The real answer. So I went for Letta Invasion because I wanted invaders too. But also I was like, if I go for Letta Invasion, I get priority on the downstairs stuff because of, like, you know, Mattingham and Midra. So I was like, let me just go downstairs afterwards. But he marked it, and that made me pivot towards something else. It's actually so good you can see people's streams without even having to open them. Yeah. I think the main reason why was because I had this row open. So let's fast forward in the game a little bit. I know that it's gonna be spoilers, but this is what, 3:45. It's like around right here, right? Maybe not. Around right here is when I had row 1 kind of set up. And then he marked that to block off this row. Because if I got invaders, I win the game. Because he's not back here, and he's not back here for those two, right? Obviously, he is in the screenshot. But I just mean because... Here, how far back were we? I think we're like right here. But because of how far back the invader square was, as far as like everything else backside... He had to do more invasion, or else he was going to lose the game. Is Letta always the fastest third non-more invader? There is also Yolan invader, or I guess Ana is her name. There's Ana invader if you can blow a finger, probably in southern region. If the board ever was like southern region focused, you would blow one finger and then make Ymir get out of his chair and go down and fight Ana. But I don't know if that's faster. Eternal Sleep is 9.8 hits, / regular sleep is 6.7. Okay, but I've had a Eternal Sleep Grease not proc though the entire time. I had a full Eternal Grease run out on Red Bear, so I don't think it works like that. I don't think status works like that. Maybe it's like calculated differently. I don't know. Yeah, that is very interesting. I don't know. Maybe you're right. You're probably right. I don't know. Maybe I'm just remembering wrong. I have anecdotal evidence, I guess. Anecdotal evidence is not evidence. So you're right, I think. USA. USA. Dude, the guy threw a pot at me here. That was so rude. Of course, evade. Of course, man. Appreciate that, dude. What is this emote? I'll probably test out that later, Tater, for sure. Nah, so at this freeze frame of the match, like there's Golden Braid, there's Gaius's pants, there's what else was looking at? I guess that's kind of it for backside, were these two. But I was thinking like, oh, maybe I'll do Golden Hippo from backside. There's Giant Hand. There is Giant Hand. Yeah. So for me, it was like there are reasons to be backside, and also there's a lot of stuff south, like Senisax, Dragons. Let me restart this. So Senisax, Dragons, Matir, Mausoleum, Swordsman, Merga, yep. Yolan Ana, yep. Yeah, I think for me, I was eyeballing this. I was eyeballing this. This was what I was looking at. At this point in the game, I was looking at this. And I was like, if I can get this and this, Chris loses the game. This is my thought process. Is if I can get these three squares, Chris loses the game. Because I get better, and then Yolan Ana, and then or probably this at some point too. But you know, if Chris does this and this, or sorry, not that. Where's status effects? Right here. This from front side. I go, okay. I just do backside, invaders, braid, perfume, whatever, and then I just win the game by having backside over him. Backside 100%. I would agree. I would agree. I would agree. I think it's also an Elac River before ADM, because a lot of objectives here can be stolen through Elac River this game. And we also, me and Chris always go Elac River as well. We're both Elac River enjoyers through and through. I think Hippo is almost a trap square on this board. I think for me, starting with the large club was a bit of a trap, because I could have done 4 status easy, like pretty easily on E-Dread or on Hippo or Bear or whatever. I could have gotten 4 status effects. I could have had this. I could have had these two, then forced Metter very, very early on. Did I kill the Horned Warriors in Morale base? No. Multi is incredibly busted with how the shop is set up. Well, I wanted to go for 2-handed tally, and so I wanted a guaranteed good 2-handed weapon. I could check Great Axe, but Great Axe this game I think was the Death Knight long half axe, and I was like, you know what? I was corrected in not trusting the Great Axe check. Dude, Raptor Talons is so bad. Look at the hippo damage. This weapon sucks. Dude, look at how bad this weapon is. Plus 20? Oh, okay. Wow. Wow. To be fair, if he got this and this, I get this and this, where he got this away from me. So I would have had a stronger column 1 threat if he got the hippo there, because he went Marigo for money. So to be fair, even though that was a fucked up death, I would have gotten a column 1 threat, which would have pushed Meta even harder. So yeah, I don't know what would happen. I would have also gotten Oil of Renal guaranteed, even though I did get it. It would be way more guaranteed for sure. The trade for the Beyblade and Hornsent game 2? Yeah, true. Do you think he went Mariga because you sniped him? I didn't snipe him on anything. At least not right now, in this part of the game. I don't know if Curse Blades was the play. I kind of just was doing something to do it. Dom, I know I'm not gonna gravity kill. You like early Curse Blades in general? I think on this board there was more important things to be doing. Like, I could be instead looking into status, which we know was hard because of my my weapon. I could be looking at Hippo without force status, just Hippo. I could be looking at backside for that. I could be looking at Metter. I could be looking at ADM. I could be looking at this threat right here. I could have gotten both. I could have gotten both if I went right away after this. I can go Elec River, clean up these two, maybe do Curse Blades after. But yeah, I don't know. What's the general benefit of going Elec River? If one player goes ADM and the other goes Elec River, the player that goes Elec River gets Mariga, gets Swordsman, gets Rena, gets progress on Mausoleums. faster access to PK if PK is on the board. It's just faster to go this way. Not today, yeah. So if there's squares that are in the Cerulean Coast but not behind ADM, Elac River is very, very strong to counter early ADM plays. Like if someone's like, oh, I'm gonna do, let's just pretend that this square says kill Ancient Dragon Man. I'm gonna go Ancient Dragon Man, and then I'm gonna go for Perfume, and then I'm gonna go for Demi-Human Miraga, then I'm gonna go for Demi-Human Swordsman. You're wrong. So you get this, and then the other player gets this, and this, and is faster to this. So, yeah. It's not always the best play to go to ADM. Bingo Dupli, a 2-player game. True. It was only 2 of those 3 squares. Demi-Human Miraga was only swapped with base game boss. Oh, you're talking about Ness's game. I see. Perfect synergy versus quick squares. Yeah. Because, okay, ADM is also fine. Because ADM gets you Senisax. Dragon Boss is really good synergy right there. It gets you progress on bang, 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 bang. Just a little bit slower, right? So if someone's ignoring Southern Coast entirely, you can get all the squares and be greedy about it. But
thank you.
Me and Chris don't play around with the regions. We don't like to give the other runaway regions. Yeah, Elac is faster. For example, for 3 bottles, for 3 perfumer bottles, the rush is to do 3-path cross, pick up the one from the chest, buy the one from Telier, Elac River down to this bottle, the lightning bottle right here. So that's also another thing, is like you can rush square 3 bottles down here. And you also get a Kindred Cookbook over here to the left of the Furnace Golem. No, bottles is 3 or 4. Chris skips Swordsman because he wants money to get in a square guaranteed. Well, he also has to fight Swordsman with claws. That's also the other thing, is that you fighting Swordsman with claws is just not really that good. What if he dies? What if he dies and goes back to the Grace? I get both. So I think that's his thought process there, is that we might be racing here. It's not a weapon. It's a Starlight Shard, by the way. The item that Swordsman drops is a Starlight Shard. What is Great Axe here? Is it Great Axe? Yeah, it's Death Knights, yeah. So in this moment, I was like, oh, thank God. Thank God I started with Large Club because there's no good two-hand weapons. We obviously know that ADM drops a good weapon, but... What's the worst Great Axe? Death Knights, by far. Yeah. Rancor sword behind Swordsman check. It's a the Rancor sword is past Deathrite Bird. The one behind Ons is a curved sword check. So potential Falks, I guess. At the best case is potential Falks. But it can also be like a falchion or some shit like that. Something useless. Rusted Anchor, Omen Killer. Yes. I would say Omen Killer is just generally better with Wild Strikes. But Rusted Anchor is really, really good. It's way higher damage because bleed weapons have... It's Pierce too. And bleed weapons just have worse damage. Like worse AR in general. But Anchor is really good. Omen Killer is really good. Long Haft is alright. Yeah, Anchor for Senisax, yeah. Pierce's counter damage, yeah. This is why even Tommy's being naked. I think taking more damage is always a worse thing. Doesn't matter how good of a player you are. I think taking more damage is always a bad thing. Am I crazy? I don't think the player who it is matters. I think just taking more damage is bad. The left around. My next plan is to go Golden Braid because I guess for me, I'm building a threat here. I think that's my next plan is to build a threat there. I could have gone Mausoleums or Guys' Pants or something like that to build a threat here, but I wanted row 1 because I knew Chris was down here with me, and I also knew that he went frontside hippo. I knew from the timing of these square marks that he went frontside hippo because backside is just always slower. So I was like, let me just go backside and try to maybe going invaders first, but I still need to go Letta invasion. Yeah, so I guess invaders first would have been the same. I guess. Yeah, exactly, Hoosier. Yeah, I think also Blue Dancer is just not a good talisman because even with like, let's say you're using claws, best case scenario, it's only like a 10% damage increase. And that's also before talismans as well. Talismans are also kind of heavy. Some of them can be really heavy. So you're losing damage every piece of equipment that you put on, and it's just better because I think the meta, if you're running Blue Dancer, is to run Opaline Physic tier, I guess, is what I think it's what CBD does. But if you don't go thorny, that's a really big damage loss. And also on top of that, if your weapon weighs a certain amount, you're not getting the damage buff. So like, if your argument is that you want to light roll, instead what you could do is take away the stamina physic tier and put in the windy one that lets you light roll with anything. So you could literally wear full Moore's armor and light roll with the windy tier if you're worried about defense. To not be getting 9-10%. But the thing is that if you're sacrificing your thorny crack tier for that, you're minus 10% because thorny crack tier is 20% at max stacks. So you're losing out on 10% damage for worse defense. Going thorny and lightning would have been much better. Well, there's no Ashes of War that you can put on the claws easily in the DLC. The only one is like the poison bloom procs twice or whatever. Shriek of Sorrow. Yeah, you can do Shriek of Sorrow, but it's only occult scaling. That's the only one you could do. Occult and bleed. Yeah, Poison Flower is like one of the ones you can put on claws, I think. Maybe. That one's alright, but that one's all the way in Rail base. Ash of War, Raging Beast. That's for Beast Claws, not for regular claws. You can't use those with regular claws, correct? Yeah. Probably wouldn't want to. Dude, Beast Claws are so bad. Beast Claws are like the most disappointing weapon addition they did in the DLC. It's so disappointing. Pause. Smith script daggers into the chat. Yeah, you know that too. I remember I was wanting to use those. Don't you get Raging Beast by removing the Ash of War from Beast Claws? From Beast Claws, which isn't randomized. Well, the claw check, the Beast Claw check includes fist weapons. So Logre can drop, for some reason, Logre can drop Iron Fist or Iron Ball or Star Fist or Veteran's Prosthesis or Pada, or it could drop Beast Claws like Red Bears or the other, like the default Beast Claw. And I think the Ash of War is removable. Yeah. I don't know what you'd put on it. Raging Beast is apparently past Bonnie Village. Yeah, I got it in game 2. That was one of my Ashes of War in game 2. Golem Fists. Well, he's gonna get it still. Oh, never mind. He went to round table. Yeah, he would have gotten armor. That's true. Oh, it also would have been a curved sword check, I guess, too. Why did this game feel so unwinnable for me then? I wonder why this game felt so unwinnable. Like, it didn't feel unwinnable, but it felt like I was in a bad spot for a little bit. Lack of info. Leftover stress, true. Yeah. With claws? He's really gonna do this with claws? Oh, okay. Wait, did he get another weapon? Dude, this is so brave from Chris, by the way. This is why I didn't start with claws, by the way, because claws are just so bad for NPCs, especially ones like Solitary Jail Knight that just poise through them. And honestly, so does Dancer of Renat. Renat also dodges or poises for some reason. Lack of breakfast. You know what? I will eat my words on that one. From the other way around, it felt like you were in a dominant position. Yeah. I don't know. Porch tech. Yeah, I definitely felt like I was in a worse spot than I actually was. Coffee and a cigarette. That's Breakfast of Champions, though. They're not as bad as I thought they were going to be for Solitary Jail Knight. Oh, he has a katana. If I just started going for invaders right now, maybe I could have won it even with Leda Invasion. Sure. Hyperion, go for it. Was Discus. His last mark was Hippo with 4 status effects. So I knew he was in Shadowkeep, but I didn't know because I sniped him on Oil of Renat. I didn't think that he was there and did mausoleums while he was there. It was a possibility, and I wanted to do mausoleums, but maybe I should have done invaders. He may have just, if he was locked himself out of more, it could have been an even bigger snipe from him, I guess. And here I was like, oh, I think I just lose. I think so. I was looking at row 3 and I was like, he's going to get me on Ashes. And that's why I went for invaders, because he didn't go for Ashes. That's what I was thinking. I was like, if he goes for Ashes, that's really big. But then I think I win row 1. With 2-handed, though? Yeah, he could still steal it, though. He could still steal it. I was low level on low skidoo reg. But no, I knew for sure. I knew for sure because of the timing between Mausoleum Mark and Invader Mark. That's why I knew. Because I was setting up Leda Invasion. Your Golden Braid Mark forced Chris on Invaders over Ashes. He is lost on the rest of row 1. Yes. And that's why I went for Invaders. Because if I won that, then I won the game. Well, the thing is, okay, so from my perspective, right? If I get Invaders here, this puts Chris in a really bad spot because even if he spent all of his time stealing Legendary Ashes, let's just do a different color for a better illustration. Let's say he does Legendary Ashes then rushes Horned Warriors. All I have to do is kill the hand on the way to Metter, do Yolan Ana, I win the game. That's why I went for Invaders here, and then I didn't lock myself out. So that was my thought process, because there is no way, ain't no way Lil Bro is getting Midra before I get hand into Metter Yolan Ana. Yolan Ana is not a fast square by any means. However, it's fast enough with Hinterlands already unlocked and ADM dead. I don't think I had ADM dead yet, but it's faster than Midra. It sure as hell is faster than Midra. So I was not scared of this line at all. Because if he went for this, then I win the game off this. That was my thought process. I mean, you could Ryuichi, yeah. I guess you could. Because I had the Grace. I had the Coast Grace. That's true. I was like, yeah, I lost. Right here, I was like, yeah, I lost. True highs. Forge pathing was super clean. Thank you. I don't know if the forge is faster from here or from Templetown. I would assume from here, though. Let me check this time both. Your best bet was straight from the ash. I guess it's also a warp, yeah. It is also a warp. That's true. But this is not that slow from Worth Ruins. I feel like. I don't think it's that bad, honestly. He had more map. I would assume, yeah, I was assuming that I lost from this point. Ralva to Rail Base today. Down from Ralva to Rail Path to Rail Base. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, the score right now is 8-6 because I have Gaius' pants ready to go. So the score right now is 8-6 after Legendary Ash Summon. It just looks like it's not because of the actual number. To skip Jory, yeah, it wouldn't be allowed though. I know you're just joking, but it wouldn't be allowed because you can't skip required bosses. Six, 7. So should I have gone for Giant Hand after this then? Maybe I should have. I just wanted to be on row 5. I wanted to make row 5 threats. Yeah, column 3 would have been nice, I guess. But it forced them into Metter. It forced them into Metter, which is like good for him at this point. How much time do you think you'd lose if you get sniped on the Giant Hand? If you get sniped on the Giant Hand. Or finger, I guess. I don't know what that would mean, but Giant Hand snipe would be pretty bad, but it's right on the way to the horn that you have to blow. I was looking at row 5 here, honestly. If you should go hand, yeah. Chris would have lost the race. Yeah, that's just hindsight. Why did I grab this Grace? Why did I grab that Grace then keep going? %, DLC completion. That's true. I wouldn't get the percentage for DLC. I think I picked up the Grace and then I was like, oh wait, if I just set up Romina and then go Senesax, I can probably win through row 5. Because at first I was setting up Wounded Kindred and I was like, okay, it's a Grace for Romina eventually. But I was like, oh, I'm just gonna go towards Senesax next. And then I was like, wait a second, just set up Romina and then go Senesax. I have time. Because at this point, I knew that he still wasn't backside. And so I had time for him going backside. I was like, I'll let him steal the hand for the column 3 block. I said out loud, I was like, Chris probably takes my giant hand, but I get row 5 as a result. I don't agree with that, actually. I actually don't agree with that because I think going for row 5 is the best thing I could do at this point. Because let's say I just get Senesax, I don't get Dragon Bosses, I get Romina because I have progress there, I get Senesax, and then this is a free square. I just get a couple more squares than I win. That was my thought process, was that I don't need the whole row, I just want to set it up to make him block it. So I don't agree with that, personally, but I understand. If block all bingos is not a rule, then Mitch is right. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, that's how you play bingo. Is you set up threats because your opponent has to block them, and so part of bingo is making your opponent go for bad squares to block bingos, because then you get a lead on majority, right? So like, if Chris got all 4 of these, then a majority win is hell for me, literal hell for me, because I have to block this at some point to win the game. If I don't win through this, I have to do this, right? So that's why part of the game is setting up terrible rows for your opponent, right? Because like, let's say I get this and I get this, he can't do this, so he has to go Dragon Bosses without Senesax synergy. So that's why I go for Senesax here, because he has to go for this without that. So yeah, I don't necessarily agree with Mitch right here, but I understand what his line of thought is. His line of thought is that you only need 5 squares to win, so why are you doing the long squares first? But my rebuttal is that Chris has to get on this row at some point. Yeah, no, I 100% knew. I was like, okay, well, I didn't know about Dragon Boss, but I knew that he wasn't going to get Kindred. Stab, thank you for the raid, dude. What up, fellas? Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? Welcome on in, everybody. We're doing some bingo match review.
Thank you.
I am participating in Bingo Brawlers Season 6. I just qualified with this match, and we're just reviewing the matches right now. Congrats on the win. Thank you. I appreciate that. What up, gamers? Thank you for the follows. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
I'm so ahead on Senesax, dude. I'm so ahead on Senesax. If you didn't get Great Katana from ADM, would you have still gone Senesax? Yes. But I would have bought Freeze and Rot Grease. Also, Tom, watch this. Watch this level up right here. Watch this. Oh, wait. Look at my dexterity and look at my runes. Is it in 1080p? Dude, literally 27 perfect to the exact number. I couldn't believe it. I was like, bro, I can't believe that shit. I got the exact dex amount. Worst case, I had to buy the dex tier, but I was like, that's kind of sick, actually. Thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome on in. Yeah, if I didn't get Great Katana, I would have done Bleed and Rot and Frost Grease. It was meant to be. Yeah, is Senesex not the best play right now? Like, am I missing something? Because like I feel like they were saying that Dragon Bosses would set up the row better, but I feel like Senesex makes more sense because it is a Dragon Boss. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't know. They wanted the greed. Yeah. Dude, I feel like Chris likes Senesax, though. That's why I went for it. I'm like, I think Chris likes Senesax. They weren't considering putting Chris in hell and making him do Dragon Balls without synergy. Well, that was my thought process, was like, he needs to do 3. This is the only square on the board that requires 3 bosses, right? I guess Midra requires 2. This requires 1. This requires 1. This requires 0. This requires 1. That's a fucked up looking 1. This is 1 boss. So it's like, this is the only square that requires 3 bosses on the board right now. Oh yeah, you're right. Yolanana takes Ymir. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Also, is doing Ymir 2 invaders because Ana and Yolan both invade individually, and they're different named characters. They're different characters. They have different weapons. They just wear the same armor. Well, I say that because Numbnuts and Roundtable doesn't count. Numbnuts and Roundtable doesn't count. Enya, I think is what his name is. So I was wondering if Yolan counted because you don't get that like text, the defeated invader text or whatever. Yeah. We have to ask. Well, because I think they want this. They want some kind of pop up like that says invader felled or whatever. That's what the refs want. I'm pretty sure, or like what Domo wants. Because Ensha has great enemy felled or something like that. Enemy felled or something like that. TLDR is not really an invader. Says it's traps and you really invade him. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, what did he say? Dragon Moon Flesh. Where do you get Dragon Moon Flesh from? Isn't that what the Chief Bloodfiend pellets do? Doesn't the Chief Bloodfiend pellet give you damage or something like that until your next bleed proc? And then it goes away when you get a bleed proc? It's cracked. Yeah. I think what it does is it increases your bleed buildup, increases your damage, but it goes away on your next bleed proc or something like that. Dragon Scale Flesh, it's like Source Seal. That's kind of bad then. Source Seals are not good in DLC. Ow. I took a big hit there. Dude, I don't like fighting Senesax from the head. Use Egon bow to kill a dragon. That'd be kind of sick, actually. But Egon's bow is sadly it'd be randomized. Two easy dragons? Wait, what's the other easy one? Is Mitch talking about Ghost Flame Dragon in Gravesite Plane? Ghost Flame? Okay. I wouldn't consider Ghost Flame that easy. You need to kind of set up for it. You can't use like Pierce or Slash. You have to use Strike. But I guess I have a Strike weapon. I guess I have a Strike weapon, and Savage Lion's Claw is right there with Holy. So I guess that is pretty good for me. The plot armor right there. You time your fight versus Chris. Okay. So I entered at. Let's go from like first hit. $50-55. To I guess the mark is because the live match timer is on the screen, so 54-26. What did I say I entered at? 50 something? 50-55. So like 3 minutes or so. 3 minutes 40 seconds. And then Chris enters, what's his first damage? 53-48. To so probably about like here. 53-48 to 56-27. So oh wow, that was actually a pretty quick Senesex fight from Chris. What did he save so much time on? I guess the status effects from the claws. I want to see how he fights Senesex. Does he fight him differently? So he just says rot off the bat. The slash is doing a lot of damage, honestly. Like more than I thought it would. There's a bleed proc. Chris is being very aggressive too. Applying a grease mid-fight too. Don't think I could have sniped you, but it would have been a close one. Yeah, because you'd have to time the ADM fight, and you'd have to time the run up the mountain. And I think my ADM fight was faster. The Jagged Peak Drake. How did he... Wait, did he not roll these? Oh, he rolled that one. Oh, okay, he did roll. Okay. I was like, how did he not roll them? I gotta practice my Senesex. I'm not very good at Senesex. I mean, it's clear by my fight being a minute slower, right? I'm just not very good at this fight. Good RNG right here. Look at this link. What the I looked at the skip that you sent me, the ancient Rouse skip. I don't know if it's faster. I looked at it, but I don't think it's faster. Maybe it is. I'd have to time it, but speech 100. I will rent. Also, by the way, the Omega efficient Blackout Bingo Spirit Grave Stone from Ancient Rao. I think around here I start to kind of be like, okay, I think I won. Like I was like, oh, I'm fairly confident that Senesax was contested, and he's gonna go for this next. So that's why I was like, let me just go Romina, and then win by majority. Like, cause okay, so from here, I know this is mine because of the gap between mausoleums and invaders. The time between didn't make enough sense for Chris to have done Ana or Leda invasion. So I was like, this is my square, 100%. This is also my square. So if I just get Metter, this is my path to victory right here. That's what I thought. He died to Rana in a long fight. Had another long fight after. Well, he wouldn't have prepped invaders during mausoleums, right? Like, I feel like that's kind of weird to prep an invader before going for mausoleums. If I have this column building, I think it's kind of weird to prep this and then go for mausoleums personally, but maybe you would prep that. Maybe you would prep Rakshasa. Maybe you would prep Rakshasa if you were Chris, because it gets you a mausoleum closer to Mattinghand and Midra, and then you also are closer to Leda invasion as well. I had a feeling. I had a feeling because I didn't think that he would have prepped Leda invasion from the time that it took for him to go from giant all the way backside for giant hand and then do Mozzies after. I feel like the gap between Mozzies and invaders was too short. That was my thought process. I just watched post-game interview from upper bracket finals. Were people toxic after or supportive? I know you were worried about people being jerks and dumb. I don't know. I didn't watch the mainstream. I just had a lot of people in other streams saying their opinion about the match, and that was not fun. The following days after that match was not very fun to read people's messages. Well, also, like while I was looking at this match, I've been looking at the chat on the side of the screen, and people just clearly just don't understand. I don't know. People were mad in game 2 that I didn't go for the bingo line, but they didn't understand that I still had to, like, at some point go for Skadutri Avatar, or else I would have lost the game. If Chris had gone for, so this line was like Lamenter, perfume bottles, NPC bosses, whatever, and then Skadutri Avatar. So if he had rushed from the 4 objectives to Skadutri Avatar, he would have won the game, right? So my thought process was that, okay, I will build up the threat, and then he'll rush his bingo line because he's going to assume that the only way that he wins is by getting Skadutri Avatar. So I go Skadutri Avatar, snipe him on it, and then I have a 100% chance to win this. That was my thought process. But everyone's like, oh, Blank's not finishing bingo lines, coming back to haunt him again. I was right all along. You know, it's like, I don't know. That stuff like that gets to me. Was your info about Chris? Yeah, I mean, it's reckless. Yeah. The way I saw it was go for bingo or go for the block and not go for both, because Chris's better play was to go Shadowkeep and prep Avatar and progress Hand and Helms. But he goes to that and PK. Well, PK also had Trina up here for column 1. So I assumed, I know it's not good to assume, but I had a good feeling that this PK was a snipe. I thought PK was a snipe, and I went to build the threat even more because the squares he was marking did not indicate progress towards Shadowkeep, and so that gap between marking PK made me think, okay, he went there. But if he goes PK and is beaten, he will get bingoed. You're correct. The only thing that I had a hard time deducting was that if Chris had the Church District Grace, was Giant Hand faster than Skadutri Avatar? That was my thought process. Was like, is Skadutri from Church District entrance Grace with no water drained faster than Giant Hand from Storehouse Loft? And the answer is probably not. But I thought that I would race him on that and then go for the bingo afterwards. That was my thought process. Which he had the rope bridge grace. I assume he had the rope bridge grace. So I think in that match he warped there and then went straight to Giant Hand. For sure. The only thing I disagree with, if you think Chris is ahead of you on Skidoo, I think racing him Hand versus Skidoo is better. Do I agree with that? No, I don't agree with that because I had Flame Spear and I assumed that Chris started with Claws for Bulls and Castellensis because I know that he likes doing that early play. So I assumed that he had Claws and I had Flamberge with Flame Spear. So I assumed that I'd have more damage and have a better fight for Skadutri Avatar with Flame Spear. That was my reasoning there. But I think it's also worth considering. Thank you, Hoosier. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm definitely going to look at that later. He also drained the water, whereas he did not. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. So I probably should have gone for Hand. I think Tom is right here. I think Tom is right is if I beat him to PK, then I win through bingo. Yeah, I think Tom's right. I think this series should be a 2-0 because of the free Giant Hand kill. But it wasn't, it wasn't, and we played game 3, so it is what it is. Both of you not setting your bingos was pretty crazy. Crazy as in exciting or crazy as in bad? Because I don't agree that it's crazy as in bad. I think going for the block if you're Chris makes sense, and going for the block if you're me makes sense. I definitely don't agree that it's bad to block bingo in that situation. Exciting? Okay, that makes more sense. I feel like for both of us, we both were in spots where like the way to win through majority was to block each other's bingos. And so Chris wanted the safer block, I guess, with Hand, or like the only way that he could have won was to race his bingo or block. So, yeah. Well, I think they're talking about Kindred of Rot, healing the wounded Kindred. Why are you killing Romina? Bottom left. Exclamation mark song. Here's why. Here's why. There you go. That's why. Well, no, Romina is weak to Pierce, right? She's weak to Pierce, and then she also bleeds. Am I wrong? Pierce and Fire. $20 strike standard Pierce, 40/0 fire. Okay, I see. The club would have been better, but what about bleed? The bleed proc is really nice. I guess club with frost or holy would have been nice. No, it's fire actually. She's weak too. I could have done flame spear. Oh, this is not the same game. This is not the same game that I had flame spear. Did I know? Yes, I knew. I knew. And Tom was asking me about how I knew, and because there was a long pause between Mozzie's and between Hippo and Force Status, I think is what it was. Or no, I think it was Giant Hand to Mozzie's is what it was, and then right to Invaders. So I deducted that Chris was not backside Shadowkeep because he did Hippo with Force Status effects, which implied that he had gone through Elac River to do Demi-Human Queen America to buy more greases to do Hippo Force. I didn't think that he died, but like Mariga implies that early on implies Elac River. Maybe you could argue that he could have done ADM in that time, but he had claws. I don't know. I didn't know if he started claws. I was like, he probably didn't start with the club. So I was like, yeah, he probably isn't backside. He probably isn't past ADM. He probably isn't doing Invaders right now. Like, and then when he did Invaders, I was like, oh, wait a second. So he just locked himself out of Kindred. So I knew. Versus the fire. Well, fire resets frost is the only thing about doing frost. Fire is tricky because it resets them. Chris did not have a 3-day-old t-shirt. Oh, I see what you mean. Tater. I see. Yeah, so here maybe I misplayed by setting up the Grace by Bellarat, but my thought process was that there's 2 Horned Warriors in Rao base. So with the 2 Horned Warriors there, all I had to do was make it up to the Queeline Invasion in Bellarat, and I could have stolen away Horned Warriors. So my plan here was to blow a finger, and then get the Grace in front of Bellarat, and then go back to Matter if he marks. There's 2 Nation Route right before Romina, or right below Romina. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Is there 2 right below Romina? Are they both right there? Or are those birds? I guess the birds by Verdigris Discus. The Revered Ash. Yeah, that one. And then there's another one. Where's the second one? Two are there. Okay. That's really good to know, actually. I didn't know that. I don't think you misplayed. You split and waited for the mark and went for the one he didn't. I think that maybe setting up Maddingham was a better idea than setting up Horned Warriors. Maybe. Just because Midra's a longer square. So I could do that as the last square if it wasn't Wounded Kindred. The 2 in Midra's Mance, yeah. You think rushing and splitting progress are both good choices? Well, yeah, because if you're Chris, what wins you the game here is that if I go for Horned Warriors and then I get sniped on it, and then I go for Stew and then I get sniped on it, and then I go for Metter and then I get sniped on it, and then I go for Yolana and I get sniped on it, then it's 12th square. I have to get both of these, you know? Or I guess all 1, 2, 3. I need to get all 3 of these, so... That's what Dom is saying, too. Here's Chris's Curse Blade. Here's Chris's turn with the Curse Blade, dude. I'm gonna blow a finger. Chris needs a guess perfectly. Yeah. Like what beats me right now is if Chris is trying to make the read on me to what I'm gonna do next, it would be to not mark anything, prep Bellarat, and then rush Metter, and then beat me to Metter, and then I would go Bellarat, and then he would beat me to Bellarat, and so that's how you win late game bingo when you're behind.
Thank you, kind sir.
Hi Sky, how you doing, dude? Thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome in. Did you not know about the other Horned Warriors in Rao? I knew that I had 2 lined up in Rao base, but I did not know. I forgot about the ones in Rao. My map couldn't come up here, so I was like, oh, I'll grab the Grace. I don't want to waste time progressing here. Yeah, exactly what Dom is saying. Yeah. So here I already had 1 finger blown, and so I was safe here no matter what if Chris marks to go to Bellarat, because I knew that he spent his time going Bellarat and not grabbing the whistle and blowing a finger. Even though he's here from finger giant hand or whatever, I know he's here. I know he's past ADM, but the problem is he never grabbed the whistle. He never blew a finger, and I did. So this is safe for me, in my opinion, at least. Because if I get any double up, I win with Kindred. So. Well, the problem is that I knew. Like, he had to not mark invaders for me to not know. But I would have gotten invaders if he didn't mark it. So. Jack, what's up, dude? Thanks for the raid. What up, fellas? Welcome in, welcome in. How are you guys doing? Hope you guys had a great day. doing bingo stuff. Some Bingus versus Sweat. Nice. Huge. Hell yeah. How's the review been? It's been good. It's been good. Learning a lot. Learning a lot. I also realized that I went 4-1 in the base game this preseason. And I went 2-3 in the DLC, which is not what I expected. The only base game loss I had was versus Tom. And I could have actually won that game too. So I could have been flawless in the base game and then 2-3 in the DLC. That's crazy to think about. You cooked in the base game, bro. Am I in the minority for liking base game bingo more? I don't know. I kind of like it low key more than DLC bingus now. Most prefer base game. Oh, okay. So I guess it's not crazy. I think DLC. I think if you don't look at them the same way, if you look at bingo as their different game modes, then it's not like what's better. It's what do you prefer. I think they're just different game modes. They're not comparable because they're not the same game mode. They're just different games entirely, in my opinion. It's like DLC is League of Legends and base game is Dota 2. Does that make sense? Does that unironically make sense? I don't know. I don't know why Chris didn't contest another double up square. Personally, I think here when he marks this, I'm just like, okay, GG. You know what I mean? I don't know why he marked this, because from this position from 10-9, it's still winnable if you hold this. If you hold that and if you win Metter, it's a way more winnable game than marking Horned Warriors, in my opinion. Because okay, think about it like this. If I spent my time stealing Horned Warriors, that's time not spent on a double up. Does that make sense? I listen, to be fair, full transparency, I think Midra is fine. I think Madigan Midra is fine. But if you're gonna go and mark Horned Warriors, you should do that and not do Stew, and then go for a double up afterwards. Because if he loses Horned Warriors, that doesn't progress any of the remaining squares for me. But if I get Metter, I get this, right? So like, and if I get Mattinghand, I most likely get Midra. So it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know if Horned Warriors was the play. Even if it gets stolen, it's not that bad for him. I said that earlier, he has to take a risk and hold both Bellaret squares. Well, he can mark one. He can mark one of them. Right? I mean, I feel like him doing one is not a terrible idea. Or is it always bad because I'm working on Metter anyway? I guess it's always bad because I'm working on Metter anyway. He could also make the read that Horned Warriors can be done from Midra's Mance, so he would prefer to do Mattinghand first. You know, I think it's because Chris likes to steal other people's shit. Like he stole my Saint Trina and he stole like a bunch of stuff from me in previous games. I think he just likes stealing other people's shit so much that he is thinking like I would be trying to steal his. So losing hand because you make no progress towards Ballarat, you win no matter what. I see. Yeah. What would you have personally done? I know it's like impossible to make a read from the situation, but if you were playing in Chris's position, would you not try to contest Metter? Because if I was playing you, I would assume you're going Metter. Just off of vibes alone, I think Metter is always the play. And then Ballarat, or Metter and then Mattinghand, I would say. Because Metter is such a free double up, whereas like Midra is not a free double up with Mattinghand. Midra is like 10 minutes away from Mattinghand. Yolanana is like 4 at the most from Metter. I think what lost Chris the game here was telling me that he went frontside Shadowkeep to do 4 status effects, because the timing didn't make sense for him to do backside Shadowkeep Hippo with 4 status effects. I think unironically, him, like the death wasn't that bad because I wasn't going that way anyway, but him marking frontside Shadowkeep Hippo here, I think lost him the game, because I knew he was never back there until he marked Giant Hand. I knew that he was never back there, so I knew that invaders had to be the 3 fastest, which locks you out of Kindred.
Thank you.
Thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome in. Weed cutter moment. If Chris had gotten Hippo first try, would that also show that? No. No. If Chris got Hippo first try, that would make the NPC invaders being Letta. That would make so much more sense, because you go Hippo, you set up Shadowkeep first floor, you talk to Letta first, and then you do other squares, then you come back, and then you do Letta invasion after. So if he had gotten Hippo first try, it would be a lot harder to determine whether or not he did invaders with Letta or not with Letta. Because you know what you could also do is that you could also go south and do, you know, Mariga from ADM, and then blow a finger, and then do Invader as Ana. That's the other option you can do. That is also progress towards Metter. Hi, Deathless. How are you? How are you? Likes on the big screen. Boom! Look at that damage. but it's his only win con. No, exactly. No, I totally agree, Tom. I mean, I would have probably stolen Warriors if he didn't go for it, but I totally agree with you that like Warriors in the Mance had to be his win con. Doesn't have his face cam today. That's true. Yep. Some crazy damage. Some crazy damage from the Cloud was there.
Thank you.
Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Another weed cutter moment incoming. 2 of them, actually. 2 of them. This is the first one. There's a second weed cutter moment here. Oh, claws are sick, Quent. Claws are really good in this game. There is invaded by, but there's no defeated. There's just invader has died. There's no like big yellow text that invader was defeated, and you don't get runes. So I wonder if maybe they would make it so that it counts as an invader once Ymir dies. Maybe. Who is he talking about? What is Tom talking about? I was talking about Gary. My son. Weed cutter moment. Supposed to be able to hear Dom. Yeah, you should be able to hear Dom. Oh, YouTube can't. Oh, YouTube can't hear him. Oh, I see. YouTube doesn't have what's it called? Browser or like Google Chrome audio. El Bozo, El YouTube. Sorry. He says something very funny, Jim. Dom is just a funny guy. So also leaves a square. How do we have a draw from that? So if I also killed the guy for an invader, a 12-12 is possible here. So if we both locked ourselves out, and if I claimed Yolan Anna and got 12, but he got Madagan and Midra, we couldn't continue the game. Well, am I done for this match, streamer? I think so. Yeah, I think I'll probably be done. I don't feel like playing the game. I thought I was gonna do like my rando run, and I had like a whole setup. I made a randomizer file and everything for my rando run that I wanted to do. But I don't think I have enough time because it's kind of late already. I have no idea how to get down here. I've done this like 4 times in my entire life. Yep. Oh, nice, Liz. You got an improvement. Huge. A minute faster. And then Nike unmarked it because obviously the game ended, so you can't mark squares. But you're dead last in the boards. You're not that. You can't be. You can't be the slowest Resident Evil 2 player in the world. There's no way. There's got to be someone slower. There's always someone slower. Clappy! Yay! I'm on the boards. Bah! Freaky. Yahoo! Let's go! Let's go! Yo, GG's guys. Am I floating again? Yeah, I'm kind of floating again. USA! 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 Business, thank you for the sub to Fabric. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Let's talk to Blanks here. What a series that was. Well said, Blanks. Well said. Time to review the review. If you guys want, I guess. Damn right it did. Damn right it did. Yeah, I think as a whole, I think I talked to Aggie a lot, and we were talking in like a post game, and I was like, "What do you think is the reason why I lose leads a lot of the time?" And he said it's because I kind of coast too soon. And so, I mean, even if you look at game one here, like I just never took my foot off the gas
Thank
in
you.
game one. I think as a whole, I think what I did well this series was never taking my foot off the gas and always just pushing ahead, regardless of what was happening in the match. Like, even though it was 8-4, I wanted more. I was like, I want more. You know what I mean? Like I'm not going to settle and just slowly win or slowly, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. For me, I just had to keep pushing harder and not like chill. There's never a time to chill, if that makes sense. Holy. Say from watching first POV, he game one he was struggling catching up the whole time. Yeah, and then in game two he kind of turned it up. Okay. I think that's it, guys. I think I'm done for today, fellas. Good review. Good review, guys. Freak. Yeah, we're moving on, guys. We're moving on to the main season. We're gonna be in Bingus. Hell yeah. Thanks for the stream. Of course. Thanks everyone for watching. Thank you for all the subs, guys. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the bits and the follows. Thank you for the raids as well. Jack and
Thank
Ness,
you.
I believe, raided today. So thanks, fellas. Thank you for the follows as well. W review. Yeah. Big W. Big W. We reached our follower goal of 21,000. Thank you, everyone. What? Sheesh. 21K. Let's go. Sungrass, you are the 21,000th follower. Any words? Any words? As 21,000th follower? The mic is yours. I'd like to thank my mom and my family and everybody. I never thought I could do it. Yeah. Okay. Well, I am done for the day, fellas. Let me close my Epic Pen. Epic Pen is It's stressing me out. I'm gonna go, yeah, no worries, guys. Yeah. If you guys gotta head out, sounds good. Hope you guys had a great day. And I hope that you guys take care of yourselves and whatnot. Make sure you eat breakfast. Because if you don't, you lose game 2 versus Chris. But if you want to know when I go live, there it is. That's my Discord. Other platforms you can follow me up on right there. Dude, 5.5 hours of review? Bro, who watches this shit? You guys really watch this shit? Damn. Anyway, thanks, guys. You guys are the best community I could ever ask for. And I love you guys. Where are the streams? Who's streaming? I'm not good enough for bingo. Don't say that. Bah. You know. I guess I'm the only one still live in the Bingus circle. I guess I'm the only one still live. Who do we even raid? Guys. Now I know. Now it all makes sense why you guys watch my stream. Because nobody else is live. I guess that makes sense. All right. Well, anyway, I gotta send you guys over to somebody. So I will choose... Raid Peachy. I have not rated Peachy. Wait, is Banjo live? Is Banjo there? Banjo. Nah, he is. He got his rando challenge. Holy schmoly. All right, go say hi to Banjo for me then, for sure. Go say hi to Banjo. He's doing some Saros. Love that guy. Met him at Kaizo Kalo. Very, very good person. But I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, rest of your night. Thank you so much for watching the games back with me. And thank you so much for being a part of the Bingus journey. I will probably be live again. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow is Saturday. I will probably be live again tomorrow. Doing some Bingus, doing some... I have a new run in mind. Here, I'll do the command. This is the run that I want to do for Elden Ring. RL1 randomizer permadeath, just any %. For fun. I was watching DRL and I wanted to probably do a run like that in the future at some point, and like another randomizer run. I'm all out of runs, dude, because I did the French challenge twice. I did all bosses rando permadeath, and then I did it auto equip. And now I have no more content to do for Elden Ring, dude, besides Bingus. DRL1. Exactly. Anyway, if you guys want to do a raid message, just give him a little blanks love, or I don't know, give him a heart. Otherwise, but yeah, guys, I'm gonna be out. This is gonna be it from my end of things. Good night, everybody. Take care. Love you all. Bye bye. Oh, Quinn, thanks for the sub. Oh, thank you for the sub, Quinn.